Good evening and welcome to the Rochester City School District. This is the Board of Education, and today is Thursday, July 30th. This is our business meeting. At this time, I would like to call the meeting to order. And we will start with an act of reverence and pledge allegiance to the flag. I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit, Elizabeth, and ask that you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening, if you're okay with that. Awesome. Thank you so much, Elizabeth. And see, that's a form of leadership right there, being able to kind of move even when we're put on the spot. And so thank you for doing that. As I move forward, I'm going to move into the roll call and turn the mic over to Clerk Nguyen for that.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Board Community Administration. Start roll call, just say present or here. President Simmons.
Here.
Vice President Malloy.
Here.
Commissioner Feynman. Here. Commissioner Griffin. Here. Commissioner Brown. Here. Commissioner McCullough. Here. And Commissioner Santiago.
Here.
Thank you. That concludes roll call.
Okay, thank you. And so again, I'd like to take a moment to welcome a School of the Arts senior, Elizabeth Sofa, who just led us in the Pledge of Allegiance this evening. She is a rising senior, and her focus is creative writing at, again, School of the Arts. Elizabeth plans to major in engineering in college, and this year she hopes to get more involvement from all schools in the SLC, being the Student Leadership Congress. Elizabeth, would you like to have some words with us this evening? Go ahead and turn on your mic. Press real hard. You'll get a green button.
Yes.
Okay. You can.
This year in the Student Leadership Congress, I'm hoping to get more involvement from all the schools so we can carry out all of our ideas through all the schools.
Awesome. Thank you so very much, and we welcome you this evening. At this time, I'm going to turn the mic back over to Clerk Nguyen, who will go over our Board of Education upcoming events.
Yes, ma'am. So the board will start off August with a speaker forum on Tuesday, August 11th, beginning at 5:30 p.m., followed up on Tuesday, August 18th with, apologies. The district-wide safety public hearing will also be on Tuesday, August 11th at 5:30 p.m. The slide will be updated, correction. The board work session will then convene on Tuesday, August 18th at 6 p.m., followed by the business meeting on August 27th at 6 p.m., concluding the month of August meetings. All meetings are held here at 131 West Broad Street in Conference Room 3A3B. As always, individuals who wish to speak and address the board may do so at our monthly speaker forum. In order to register, you must be a district parent, student, staff, or a City of Rochester resident. Non-residents may only speak with approval from the forum chair. In order to speak or submit written comments, you must register by 12 noon on the day of the hearing, and you may do so online at rcsdk12.org/speak to the board. You can also email the board at boardofelucation@rcsdk12.org, or you may call the board office at 585-262-8525. At the time of registration, you must provide your name, phone number, email address, home address, affiliation, and the topic of your comment. And lastly, before I conclude, just to share with everyone that the policy process has now included an update to provide additional information to the community through policy sharing videos with a link for the community to provide feedback. And you may find out more information about that at rcsdk12.org/policy review. Thank you, President Simmons.
Thank you, Clerk Nguyen. At this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the minutes for the April 30th special meeting, the May 19th, Bella Vista Charter School of the Arts public hearing, and then the approval of minutes for the May 28th business meeting.
So moved.
I heard a motion by Commissioner Feynman, seconded by Vice President Malloy. All in favor of the minutes?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving into the advisory council reports, I do not see any reports listed this evening, so we will continue on. At this time, I'd like to turn the mic over to Dr. Rosser as we are at the finance report.
Good evening, everyone. As we have done previously, we will be providing an update on our finances. I'm going to have CFO McDowell come to the microphone to provide the update to our community.
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. So our report is much more voluminous this month as we get towards the end of the year. So a lot of our numbers are starting to true up as we get a better roll-up of our general ledger to our accounting system. So for our cash flow balance, which is part A of this report, at this time last month, we had about $494 million in our cash bank. And after receipts and disbursements, that number at the end of the month is about $444 million, about $36.4 million more than we had at this time last year. So a positive outcome in regards to monies that we have in the bank, which is always a good sign. For revenue, the revenue summary, we tried to give you a better understanding of all of the movement on the revenue side. The total increase for the year to date for general fund is about $750,000. We gave you all of the positive outcomes here in regards to special aid fund, foundation aid, and the building aid, and then we had a $2.1 million prior year refund. That was offset by approximately $3.1 million less in stop aid, stop loss reimbursements, which nets to your $750,000 or $748,000. In regards to special aid, not too much of a change here in total dollars, but there was a decrease from last month to this month of about $1.5 million, and most of that we knew was coming, and that was because of your of a decrease in your UPK grant. UPK grant, just like most of your other grants, they're based on what we spend. And unique for UPK is based on the number of kids we have. So if we don't have all of the kids, then they only reimburse us for the amount of kids that we have. That was offset by two positive outcomes of $214,000 in New York State Recovery Grant, and then about $120,000 in a pre-K school grant. Total decrease for special aid fund as of June 30, and again, this is tentative because we have not been audited.
Can you speak into the mic, pardon my interruption, just into the mic just a little more, sir?
I'm sorry. So for the special aid fund, total increase for the year unaudited right now is about $8.8 million, or approximately $134 million in total special aid funds. For our food service, no major change in the monthly revenues as expected. We're in June now, decrease for the month of about $20,000. Total increase for the year compared to our budget was about $643,000. In total, our revenues are approximately up by $10.6 million, but again, this is an unaudited figure, and we will have our audit conducted in September, October, November, and those numbers will then be finalized at that time when we bring it to the board. For Part C of your financials this month, we give you an illustration of your appropriations. And the good thing is these numbers are starting to get closer to what I expect to see them look like in regards to your overall percentages available. General fund budget is $965.8 million. Right now, our expenditures are somewhere in the $885 million range, and that's with the encumbrances also, showing available appropriations of about $80 million. If you look above the the spreadsheet and the calculations, you can see we still have about $14 million in payroll that we're still trying to reconcile, and it's mostly related to subs and who are certified, non-certified. So we still have to reconcile that, and we still have a lot of reconciliations to go through before all of this is finalized, because we definitely do not have a surplus of $80 million. In regards to the special aid fund, you have some of those grants that do not close out until August 31st, so you have some of those totals there. And then your school food service fund, we have about $2.9 million of monies that we will be applying for once we tabulate what those spending for June was. Budget journal entries, we have 153 pages of them, and that's reflective of what we normally go through at the end of the month. And then at the end of the year, and then your charter school enrollment, and I'll go through those now. For your cash flow and monies that you have in a bank, the total again is the $444 million, and you can see that in your trial balance sheet. Can you please go back to the cash balance? Keep going. You're at the end of the report. You're at the end. You got to go all the way back up. It's going to be on page like 4. Thank you. Most important line item here is to look at your New Year class money market. At the end of last month, we had about $367 million in that account, and we are closer to $400 million. And then you have some decreases in some of your accounts payable and some of your other accounts that tally to $444 million, which is exactly what we have on front of the page, so that reconciles. Your next page then gives you the overall cash flow on a monthly basis, and as you can tell, for June, April, May, and June, we don't get a lot of state aid in those months, so therefore our balances, cash balances, will decrease, and they should decrease because we're spending more than we're taking in. But again, you see the $444 million compared to the $407 million, so a positive $36.4 million. The next page is just a graphical illustration of your cash flows comparing last year and the year prior. And then we get into your revenue summaries. And the one thing you'll notice about the revenue summaries is most of our revenue is up to date. We have some outlying monies from state aid that we'll get in August. And those are going to be accrued. But you can see for the general fund, we predicted $965 million, and we've collected about $946 million of it so far. And this is normal for our school district. When you get to your special aid funds, you see we recorded only $47 million of the estimated $134 million. So we have a lot of FS10s, a lot of FS25s to do. And again, this is indicative of your payroll. Not hitting your ledger. So now that payroll is caught up with the general ledger, this number will materially change in the next 45 days. For food service, we see that the amount that we predicted was, or that we estimated was about $25.9 million. And at this moment, we expect to spend about $26.5 million, or about $600 million or $600,000 more, which is indicative of what how we've performed with food service in the past. So as we start to get into your appropriations, you'll notice that a lot of your balances compared to last month are truing up because payroll's coming through and a lot of your expenditures are coming through also. At the end of the day, you can look at your expense line for your general fund, and that's your $876 million. And that corresponds to page 2 of the report. And the same thing for your other reports here for your special aid fund, and then for your food service fund. Then we get into your journal entries, and we put as many explanations in as we possibly could. What we did decide to do, if there are revisions, the revisions are just moving them within the same budget family, but to a different code. And most of that, if not all of it, was based on payroll. Some of the explanations are to the left. We will make sure we get them all to the right next going forward. But this is normal for us at the end of the year. You have literally about 2,000 budget entries, journal entries at the end of the year. And let's, to be sincere, a lot of this also is just because of what we've gone through with Oracle, with all of the payroll transfers. Your last page is your charter school page. And this is pretty close to what we predicted last month, with a positive change. Last month, we were predicting that the overall spend for charter schools would be about $121.1 million. Right now, we're guesstimating that number to be $120.7 million. So overall cost has decreased by about $400K, which actually brings it almost to a break even for what we budgeted and what we projected the expense to be for charter schools. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. McDowell. I do have a question from
Yes.
page 1 and 2, and I just wanted some clarity from, I'll start with page 1, letter B, I think it was, and it was in regard to the UPK. You were explaining something, I just wanted you to reiterate it because I think I missed it, regarding the grant, because we know that grant is based on enrollment. It's towards the bottom of that verbiage there. Can you just reinstate that for me?
Sure. So our guesstimation for UPK is based on how many kids we think we're going to have, and then we bill accordingly. But if we have a decrease in enrollment or we don't meet the number that we expected to get, they only fund us to that particular number. So unfortunately, in the month of June, when they reconciled the grant in our final billings, we were the estimate was $1.8 million higher than what we actually expensed. So with that being the case, they pay us for what we expense, and that's the $1.8 million. And the offset, the two offsets are only $300K. So the net decrease for overall special aid fund for June was $1.5 million.
Thank you. And my second question is just for letter C on page 2. I do see that you provided a timeline for the appropriations, or reconciliation, should I say, regarding the substitute, the $13.5 million. So we would expect to see that those numbers accounted for in the reports in October, or?
We will start to bring things to the superintendent probably in the month of September when the audit starts. These next 2 months, we've got a ton of work. Again, we've got this $14 million to reconcile, but we have a lot of other things to reconcile. Our books, although June 30 has come and gone, our books are still open for last year because one of our last payroll just went through on July 11th. We have a lot of bills that are still coming through that we get in July, and some of them even come in August that are applicable to the previous year. So our year will not be closed technically for another month and a half.
Okay, I do want to open the dais for any additional questions from my colleagues. Commissioner LeBron?
For this particular board meeting, I was focused on some particular resolutions and spending time doing some research there. But I just want to put on record that there are a number of numerical errors. And I think there's some reporting issues potentially happening, just maybe perhaps you're using one formula or one format on one page versus the other. I will be putting something in writing to the administration to put on the board question log too, but even the general fund revenue and the way that it's being presented across multiple pages, there's a variance of 1.8 million. And so I just want to put that on record, that there are just numerical errors, and this is, again, concerning. And then also hearing that we still have not been able to reconciliate everything, and I get that it's a huge lift, but there's a lot of people that are getting paid a lot of money in that financial department overall. And, I know people who get paid less and do a lot more work. And this has to be a priority and an urgency to get this done. And it should not be business as usual around our finances. Thank you.
Mr. McDowell, can you speak to the comment about there being a numerical error?
I would need to know exactly where that numerical error is. And once I find that out, I will investigate and determine if it's true or not. I didn't see any when we reconciled this, but maybe she saw something I didn't see.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, were there any other statements? And then, yes, if you can come back and put that on record, if you do find clarity, that would be helpful as well. Commissioner Griffin?
Excuse me if I misspeak on this, but I just wanted to say something in reference to us moving forward on this U pre-K with the 44 school and 39. My concern would be revolve around, have we incorporated in these funds any type of funding related to the parking situation, the crime that we may incur? Because for me, what I've seen in the history of the district, and when the school's in session, we have a high rate of Kia boys that steal vehicles and things of that nature. With this new building, 44 school being in the 19th ward, we as a community, I as a community, would be concerned with that rising in crime, and then that would also have the commissioners or the RCSD pay for the crime that is committed against our staff, which would be an unsafe environment for our children. I mean, for our teachers. They would be walking from a parking lot down the street up to the
Commissioner
building
Griffin?
because there's a lack of parking. So I'm just concerned in all these costs that you have down here, have you included anything for that potential?
Well, Commissioner
Ms.
Griffin, this
App-
is a finance report. Are we going to have, one second, are we going to have a pre-K presentation this evening?
Well, it's already, he's noted it.
Are we
in
gonna
here. He
have that?
spoke on it.
Presentation will be this evening, but
Okay.
it will be solely on the curriculum that is being
okay.
recommended to the board.
Okay. So
Yes.
what I would suggest is that, because this is finance, and I don't think he does the operations for that, so
But he's doing the
I'm going to ask
finance.
that you
He's-
commit that to
He's talking
the
about the pre-K in here
question
and the
log.
money it's costing from the state,
Okay.
from the general funds, and from the grants. So I'm asking, when you're doing all these calculations, have you looked at that as well?
Yeah,
Because
that
we-
wouldn't be a function of the finance department. So what we
Right.
can do, if there is a question related to
That's fine.
what we have provision for this upcoming year for both of the centers, both at School 39 as well as School 44, we can most certainly come back with a presentation on that, or we can submit specific questions to the question log and respond that way. But Mr. McDowell would not have that information because
So overall, you still have not included that information in either report at this time, even if we're talking about it later, because those things are crucial, because we've had incidences where we had put money in to take care of our teachers for being vandalized. So I'm just concerned about that aspect of it too as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions from my colleagues on the dais regarding the financial report that was presented to us this evening, strictly on the financial report?
Thank you.
Okay, with no other questions, Dr. Rosser?
thank you very much. That concludes, I think, did I hear a voice from Santiago?
Commissioner Santiago?
Yes, yeah,
Okay.
I do have a question. Last board meeting, we had conversations about including our fund balance in here, even if it's a zero transfer for each month. I'm just wondering, Mr. Superintendent, if there's any updates on that between last board meeting and this one.
I don't recollect, and my apologies, but I don't recollect that particular conversation about including fund balance information within the finance report. So if that
Yeah.
conversation did take place and we missed it, my apologies. We'll make sure that we will circle the wagon.
It was the last business meeting that we had this conversation, just including it into our report. But we can go back and I can connect with you outside of the meeting.
Okay.
talk about that.
And what we'll do too, if we will make sure that that information is provided moving forward. But my apologies, I didn't have that listed as something that we needed to add to the finance report.
Hope to see you next month because I asked another question if it's not on there. I'm gonna keep bringing it up until we see it on our report. It's
Okay.
not just public funds, and so
Right.
if we're gonna talk our special aid, our general fund, and get updates about that, we should always be getting updates on our fund balance. Even if a month it's zero transfers, zero money been taken out, the board should at least know, and the public should at least know what that money is doing, the current amount of that money, when that money is pulled, where it's being pulled to. And so I do hope to see it on our monthly reports following this month. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to move into the superintendent's report. And we have to vote to thank you for that, for the finance report that we have in front of us today. So entertaining a motion for the finance report that was provided. I'm just trying to bring up the language. Thank you. There we go. All right. Moved by Vice President Malloy. Can I have a second? This is the August 2026 Finance Report, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor of the finance report as unaudited?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'm a nay.
Okay, we have 2 nays on the finance report. Did you capture those, Clerk Nguyen? Okay, 3. Okay. All right, and you have the votes as they are? All right, motion carries. Thank you. And then we'll move forward to the superintendent's presentation at this time.
Okay, so there's been a number of things that have happened throughout the month of July. Of course, learning during the summer months, we have put together approximately 16 programs that are throughout our city. There are 3 ESY programs that are operating right now, 9 citywide programs, and 6 specific school-based programs that are happening. Learning during the summer months, of course, we all know, should be fun, motivating, and deeply engaging. That is why we're so thrilled to officially launch our summer programming earlier this month on July 13th. This year, we have paired academic support and community partnership to drive both student achievement and youth development across the city. Our programming stretches from early literacy and special education to enrichment programs, the arts, high school credit accrual and recovery. By keeping students inspired, active, and on track, we're remaining focused on the student-centered culture within our schools. As we work feverishly to prepare for this upcoming school year, I would like to announce that the first day of school is September 8th, and we're so excited to welcome our students and our staff back to school. The Office of Parent Engagement is hosting our Back to School Jam at Loretta Johnson Middle School on Saturday, August 22nd, from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. We want to help our students and families prepare for a successful school year while enjoying some fun. I look forward to seeing many of our families there, as well as our community-based organizations and staff there as well. I'm incredibly proud to celebrate the exceptional student athletes who were honored with all Greater Rochester Spring Team recognitions as selected by the Democrat and Chronicle. Kamira Lane from Padilla High School and Louis Below from Monroe were first team selections for track and field. Kamara was crowned the Class A station champion in the 200-meter dash and went on to win the New York State Federation Championship in the same event. During the same state competition, Lewis placed in the top 3 across the state in all 3 of his individual events. We also had several students who were selected for second team and honorable mission recognitions. Please join me in congratulating these very talented student athletes. Summer hiring. Of course, we are preparing for this upcoming school year, so we have a number of different summer hiring events. We are committed to recruiting, growing, and retaining talented individuals within our district, and we know that through the many needs that our children have, we also need to make sure we have talented staff. To achieve this, we are hosting 5 upcoming hiring events aimed at attracting those eager to make a difference individuals for our children. We offer competitive compensation, and we need individuals to apply for positions today. All we require of individuals is to bring a resume that highlights their qualifications and their experiences. And to get one of these opportunities, they can also not only participate in these hiring events, but also make application online. So one of the things I really appreciate about the Rochester City School District is this communication team. And this communications team has done some phenomenal work and has been recognized at the national level for the past several years. Our communication team, as I mentioned, does an exceptional job telling stories of the amazing work happening every day in our district. And these incredibly talented individuals were awarded for their efforts. I would like to personally and publicly thank and congratulate Chief Marisol Ramos Lopez and her team on receiving 3 national awards from the National School Public Relations Association at a recent conference in New Orleans, Louisiana. The Golden Achievement Award and the Publications and Digital Media Excellence Award. Can we give them a round of applause? The Golden Achievement Award was in recognition of the team's effort in our Strive for 5 attendance campaign, and the 2 Publications and Digital Media Awards were in recognition of a calendar award, a merit recognizing our 2025-2026 district calendar, and the Video Award of Excellence for Here with Purpose, A New Chapter Began, which was my Superintendent Day conference video last year, which was phenomenal. This national recognition is remarkable, and congratulations to the team. It is no wonder our communications team won a national award for last year's calendar. I should encourage them to submit this year's calendar for another national award because it looks fantastic. Once again, we have captured some great images of our students in action. This year's 26-27 calendar has been printed and will be in the mail soon. The digital calendar is posted to our website, and individuals have an opportunity to look at this wonderful calendar. This past year, we graduated a number of students from our high school, and I want to thank our commissioners for their support in showing up to support our children. We shined the spotlight on our graduating seniors last month, and I want to update the board on the many ways we communicated with our families so families, friends, and loved ones could share in the unforgettable moment of crossing the stage. To ensure that no one missed out, we live streamed every single one of our high school graduations. No matter where anyone was in the world, they could cheer on the class of 2026 live. Monroe High School, for example, had over 2,000 views to its graduation ceremony that we streamed. In total, there were more than 11,500 views to all of our graduation ceremonies, and people logged in from all over the world, including Lebanon, Syria, Ecuador, and Saudi Arabia. So I really appreciate the thought partnership and the ingenuity of our communications team to make sure that those who may not have had the opportunity to be present still had an opportunity to view their loved ones graduating from the Rochester City School District. This completes my updates for the month of July, and I entertain any questions that our commissioners may have.
Thank you, Superintendent Rosser. I don't see any hands or questions regarding the presentation. We will move into the progress monitoring conversation around guardrail number 1C, it looks like.
Okay, let me just pull it up on my computer real quick.
And as you're pulling that up, I do want to bring the board's attention to guardrail number 1, which was designed by the board. The superintendent will not allow the selection or implementation of curriculum, programs, or practices that are not evidence-based or that result in inequitable opportunities for students. And underneath that, we see in the report the superintendent's interim guardrail, which is the response and how they will answer to that particular guardrail. So I do want to just bring to our attention again that these work in tandem together.
Right. So thank you very much. So the superintendent's interim guardrail reads equitable exposure to college career and civic readiness. 1C, which is the report we're reporting out on this evening, indicates that the percentage of enrolled students in grades 7 through 12 who receive exposure to the district's full slate of college career and military readiness experiences, for instance, college visits, career pathways, exploration, work-based learning, military informational sessions, dual credit, will increase from X% in March of 2026 to Y% in January 2031, as measured by the district's defined College Career and Civic Readiness Exposure Index. There's a lot of information in here that really speaks to where we're currently at as a school district, which is a snapshot of what has been reported and verified through the New York State Education Department. We see that within this particular index performance, that there's a lot of work that still needs to be done here in Rochester to make sure that our children have equitable access and many more opportunities to be able to score points that will most certainly add to their ability to engage in meaningful activity beyond high school. The interpretation of the data based upon where we're currently at as a school district is that we need more information in order to be able to identify what our baseline will be for this particular area. The College Career and Civic Readiness Exposure Index is still under development, and the baseline data is yet to be finalized. Current outcome data shows that some students are successful assessing readiness pathways, but access is not yet consistent across schools, grade levels, and student groups. And if I can remind our community and our board commissioners that I believe it was in September, October of last year, Marlene Blocker provided a framework by which we are operating to ensure that students beginning in middle school will have greater opportunities around college, career, and civic readiness. Recognizing a full spectrum of pathways for all students currently does not exist. As I mentioned, we have developed that college, career, and civic readiness framework, which aligns to the New York State Inspires initiative, which is the Portrait of Graduate, and to capture the impact of the CCR framework. It will be important that we continue to develop this particular exposure index to be able to move forward. Some of the data findings that we have produced in this report speak to career and technical education, and thus strengthening that. This past year, we have a number of additional CTE programs that will be authorized this year. School links beginning in grade 8, students are going to be using, grade 6, students will be using school links to complete career interest surveys, explore college and career options, and explore post-secondary planning earlier. There's also been a lot of conversations around the syllabi literacy. and we're looking to expand syllabi literacy in each of our high schools for next year. The same thing will apply for the SIL of civic readiness. We are looking at strengthening pathways for students who are off track by identifying needs earlier and providing credit recovery and alternative options toward a diploma, technical endorsement. We are doing a lot more work around cohort tracking to monitor student progress towards graduation and the college career and civic readiness markers in real time. This will allow students, schools, and district leaders to be able to identify and respond more quickly to student needs. And of course, we are also looking to expand our CDOS credentials for all students by exploring ACT work keys as a part of a broader career readiness strategy. This will provide students with the opportunity to earn nationally recognized workplace skill credentials. As we shared previously when Ms. Blocker provided the framework, that we have a lot of root causes that are leading to where we're currently are at data-wise. Unequal access to programs. We have programs that don't match student interests. Inconsistencies in data tracking and student progress. Inconsistent CTE program quality. Most certainly a need to strengthen Tier 1 instruction. Systematic barriers to exposure. And our continued work around multi-tiered support for foundational gaps. So I'm going to open it up for questions at this point in time so that we can address any questions that our commissioners may have.
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. I do recognize in this report, you mentioned again, there's the need for more information that the administration has not been able to identify a baseline at this juncture. Wondering, as those efforts continue to identify the baseline, what does that look like at what time? I'm sorry, Commissioner Griffin, did you have a question? Oh,
What do you mean?
I thought you were
I
shaking.
didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
didn't
You
say
did see,
anything.
okay, thank you. So you did say that you all are trying to identify a baseline. What timeline do you think that may look like?
Yeah, the work is continuing, and the work is ongoing right now. As a part of tonight's resolution, we are putting forward a recommendation to advance one of our assistant principals to serve in the acting capacity of Executive Director of College Career and Civic Readiness. Okay. This individual has a significant amount of skill and competencies around career technical education, and we're very confident that if she is approved this evening, that working with myself and others, that we will be able to advance our next steps very quickly.
Okay, and my second question is around systems. You recognize or spoke to some root cause analysis and inconsistencies that exist with students. Can you give an example of maybe some systems you all have implemented or are in the process of implementing to address those inequities? I know you spoke to a lot of different actions that are happening, but
Right.
systemically, how does that pan out for us?
So one of the things that we recognize is that when it comes to our students, we have not provided a lot of opportunities across all schools for our students to be able to fare well on the College Career and Civic Readiness Index, which is managed by the New York State Department of Education. So when you look at, if you can scroll to the first page, when you look at the College Career and Civic Readiness Index breakdown by weighting, we see that many of our students, 45.35% for the 24-25 school year, did not score a single point. Mm-hmm. Those students, 45% of the students, are either still enrolled, they're dropouts, or we have no understanding as to where they may be currently at. What the state does in their calculation, they apply points for what our students are able to achieve. Those points could be anywhere between 2.0, 1.5, 1, 0.5, and 0. And we see that students who receive a 2.0 are students who have regents with advanced designations, regents or local CTE endorsement, cohort regents with the SILA biliteracy, and so on. What we are working to do right now is to make sure that, number one, all stakeholders, students, parents, staff members, building leaders, have an understanding of how their schools and each student can score points so that we can begin increasing the number of students who receive a 2.0, the number of students who receive a 1.5, and lessen the number of students, of course, who are receiving a 0. What we've learned is that there are a number of systems that are not in place in each of our schools, and we've had Pablo Sierra talk a little bit to the board about the SILA biliteracy. We've had some joint meetings in which we all learned more about what can be done in each of our schools, and we're replicating action and systems at schools that currently do not have them.
Okay, thank you. Did any other colleagues have questions? Yes, Commissioner Feynman.
I have a question about the programs that don't match student interest. I'm wondering what strategic plans you have for that. I know that it's difficult because by the time we get information, sometimes we're 5 to 10 years behind. So I'm wondering how we're going to address interesting our students and how we're going to go about getting that.
Well, one of the things I mentioned earlier is we are most certainly going to be doing more interest surveys on careers. So to get a better understanding of what our students are looking to do as early as 6th grade and most certainly through middle school, that is going to increase tremendously across the district, particularly as we speak about the work that is under the framework that we have provided to the board. In addition to that, I've been having conversations, continued conversations with a number of individuals regarding ways in which we can re-envision our CTE programming to make sure that our CTE programming is aligned to the needs, the business needs, and the workforce development needs across the region. I had an opportunity this past week to have a conversation with Congressman Morelli, in which he and I talked a little bit about making sure that the district is operating very closely with local businesses so that we can most certainly produce talent that the local businesses can most certainly benefit from. So in doing that, along with the career and interest surveys that we will continue to employ throughout the district, making sure that we're strengthening our CTE programming, making sure that we are providing greater opportunities for more students to be dually enrolled in programs, making sure that we're increasing the advanced placement enrollment, making sure that we are also increasing opportunities for students to receive the SILA biliteracy as well as the SIL civic readiness, that we will be able to achieve our goals. In addition to that, it's not only about providing students with opportunities, but it's also making sure that those students who are currently with us, who may be off track in their graduation pursuits, that we are working more systemically to support their needs. And also, when students are returning from being out of school, that we're also having conversations with them about their continued education. either through our virtual academy or through programming that we're currently putting together through our restorative hub. That will be a combination of GED programming to be able to support students so that we can at least get a .5 rating or weight for those students.
Commissioner Malloy and I attended the NISBA convention last weekend, and this is exactly what they were talking about: portrait of a graduate, increasing the seal of biliteracy, increasing our civic seal. So it's just really encouraging to see that we're following exactly what is looked forward to in our portrait of a graduate.
And I'll have an opportunity this upcoming Wednesday to travel to Albany to meet with folks at the state level as a part of a task force to have continued conversations around this very important topic and to sort of learn additional supports that the state is offering school districts as we align our programming to meet the portrait of a graduate.
Thank you. Commissioner Griffin? Hold on one second. Commissioner Griffin?
Thank you. Where do I start? Okay. Where did you get this data from? Let's start there. Where did you get where's this data pulled from? The information that you do have, where did it come from?
As mentioned at the bottom of the report, the data is actually being pulled from the New York State Department of Education.
Okay, so it's not based on one individual school. That's the information that was actually input into the system to be sent to New York State from Rochester, New York, or is this an overall?
This is representing the entire district.
This is representation of the entire district.
Correct.
And the information submitted to New York State, like I said, of the entire district, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when you look at this, you compared it to the years before. This is just, I can't see. Is that just,
There are a number of years. There's 2017 through 2018. That's the first column, all the way to 24, 25. So each column represents a year.
okay. And during the time of, when you look at the up and downs of this has to do with our CTE? It has to do with our overall civic readiness program and everything that's been over the years. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, this represents college, career, and civic
Okay,
readiness.
all right. Because I just want to make light of that. In previous years, we had a booming civic readiness program in the city school district, and partly it was at Edison, and it was run by a man named Junior Pose, and it was actually very, very well done and put together. This information has been conveyed to the district several times. That person is willing to help and elevate our district to make sure that we're meeting the goals of our children. They also are very fluent in getting certifications and know how to get these things moved through the system in New York State without fail. I believe what is happening here is that the district is not tapping on the shoulders of others that can actually do the jobs to actually move our district in the right direction. I think that we're seeing a lack there of respect for the people that do have the will, power, and the know-how to move this district forward. We can put anything in the hands of anyone. It can be a program. If we don't implement it with fidelity, we are going to fail our children. I'm going to say this over and over again. We are as good as our leaders. And we have to make sure that in every aspect of us, at me as a commissioner, that we are putting in front of our children the best leaders that we have to be able to implement everything with fidelity. So again, we can do anything and change administrator after administrator, but if we don't do the correct evaluations, if we're not evaluating them with fidelity, we're not doing our job as commissioners, and the leaders are not doing their jobs with the commissioners, we are again going to fail our children over and over again.
Commissioner McCullough?
Yes, hi. I just had a couple questions. One is for this guardrail, and I noticed that there are 3 sub goals underneath this. Are we going to be visiting the sub goals for A and B as well
will be.
eventually?
Yes, we will be.
Okay, perfect.
And that's scheduled.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for that, because I wasn't sure, because it just had the one guardrail but that's great. All right, and then also, my other question was, I'm looking at my notes, was, so when we're looking at, I'm going to paraphrase this, so when we're looking at the measurable student results, does the district expect that the college career and civic readiness strategy to produce by 2029 or 2030, by 2031, what annual improvement are we looking at, are we looking to achieve? Because there's no numbers there, it's just the X's and the Y's. So what is the actual percentage that we're looking to achieve by the 2031?
Yeah, that's still under development. What we're doing right now is collecting baseline data so that we can then start with the baseline data to then be able to project out what the actual goal will be.
And do we think that baseline data will be this year, like during the year of 2027 school year?
We're looking to provide it
hopefully.
during this year, yes.
Okay, all right, so we'll revisit that and see. I'm sorry.
Get a hand on Teams.
Okay, awesome, thank you. I see you, Commissioner Santiago. I'm going to go to Commissioner Griff. No, you know what? She's already gone, so I'll go to you, and then I'll get one last hand. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, I just wanted to say this is a really good guardrail, and I'm glad that you're covering it. And I definitely, hear where the concerns are. Definitely when you're even talking about how the data is being gathered, and the things that you plan to do to fix that. I'm just wondering for your next plan or your next steps/plans. If you're planning to work on this in the next school year, I'm just wondering, do you believe that our current budget is going to be able to support this? So I see that there's things like, planning new field trips and bringing in work-based learning, which might also mean that we're bringing in contracts. And so I'm just wondering, as far as your next steps and your plan for the next school year, do you believe that our current budget will support that within the next school year?
There are elements of our current budget that will support this as we plan for it. However, there's a lot that's here. And one of the things that I've been working to do, particularly with the local businesses, is really having conversations with them about how might they be able to help support some of the expansion by making investments in the Rochester City School District so that when it comes to their business needs, that we can create pipelines for them through partnership. So we're looking at ways in which we can offset the cost to the local school district because we are providing a great benefit to local businesses.
Yeah. No, and overall, I'm just excited to see the continuous updates with this. And as we get more to a baseline as far as where we are data-wise, to see where we want to get our projected goals. But I do believe that, we're in the right direction as far as your next steps, and I hope to see it done with fidelity and see the impacts of it. So thank you for this presentation.
Thank you for your comments.
Commissioner Santiago. We'll take one last from commissioners, and that'll be Commissioner Griffin. Did you have a hand?
Yeah, yes, I did. I wanted to go back to the guardrails, and I also wanted to talk about the CPPS and CDOS. I don't know if everyone is aware, but we do have a contract with the city with the public safety CPPS program and others, and they are due to expire in 2027. Do we have an update on where we're at with the CPPS and CDOS programs that were supposed to be, that are part of the city of Rochester? And can somebody answer that question for me? Then I can proceed with my last one.
Yeah, so I've been in conversation with the mayor, regarding the program. I've been working to better understand the program and the program needs, having conversations with the vice president of the city council, who is also an employee and also works with this program to better understand the needs, so that as we are building out that particular program, that we most certainly are doing so in an informed way and making sure that we're getting more students enrolled through the school district. We held, I think it was sometime last month, we did have an informational program or informational session with students who are very much interested. I had an opportunity to speak. We had leadership from the police department, leadership from the fire department, and other leadership that was there to be able to answer questions that students and families have. You know, we asked each of the students who were there to share the information with their peers so that we can get more students enrolled into the program. And you made a comment earlier around Mr. Poles. I've also had a conversation with Mr. Poles, and he has offered his assistance. And once we bring on board the executive director of college career and civic readiness, my plan is to introduce the two of them so that the person we have boots on the ground working to assist in the expansion of our CCCR model, that she is connected to a gentleman who helped implement that particular program we just spoke about.
Okay, just to piggyback off of that, and you mentioned someone that actually works here. That particular person also worked directly with Mr. Poles, and they work together. So she is actually boots on the ground, has been boots on the ground from the beginning. And actually, there is information, and actually I believe some documentation that's there and just needs to be signed off by the district in order for it to go through the state, and we can just be all set with some of these things. So the red tape doesn't need to be there, but it's there. So people just need to follow protocol, policy, and make sure they're meeting the deadlines for the state so that we're not dinged by things. And I think that's very important, that we're not following deadlines and making sure that we're meeting deadlines. So that's going to be very crucial that we do that if we're not doing it now, in the future.
And if I can just mention too, I recently signed off on paperwork, so perhaps you're speaking about the paperwork that was recently submitted to my office that I signed off on, just to give you some assurance that paperwork has been signed off on.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, and we're missing crucial deadlines for things, grants and everything else. I think it's very important that we are doing what we can, especially with grants. When we lose a grant, that's a lot, and I think it's important that we, as leaders in this district as a whole, even myself included, that we make sure we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's and making sure we're doing things with fidelity and integrity, and to make sure that we can move our district in a positive manner. I know some people are just getting here in reference to learning the actual ways of the district, and that's in leadership. I'm not referring to commissioners. But I think that we have to ensure that we are giving them the right tools to be successful as well. And then the last thing I have is that with the guardrails themselves, I think that these guardrails are set a low bar for our children. I think it sets a low bar for our commissioners in addressing to meet the needs of our district. 2031 is a far out target. I believe this target needs to be, the actual 2031 needs to be brought in at least to 2029. For me, when I do some history on actually what we are looking at, it definitely is not something that the commissioners would be beneficial in carrying out. I think we are only benefiting the superintendent to push it out to 2031 to give them more time, but our children don't have that time. For me as a commissioner, I'm looking to bring that in and make it so more amenable to our children, and making sure that we can address their needs in a more expedient fashion. 2031 is not doable for me. I mean, as a parent and as a commissioner and as a taxpayer and as a person worried about the uplifting crime in our city, I think that we need to look at this a little more in depth to see where we can come to a medium. And I think a medium would be to 2029, but not to 2031, because it's not beneficial to us as commissioners or to our future students. Thank you.
Commissioner Miller?
Thank you so much. I just want to say I appreciate this presentation this evening. Looking forward to that baseline data so that we can see those percentages later on. Also looking forward to the board doing more work on guardrails in general and having a better understanding and capacity of what guardrails are and what they don't do as well. So I think when we look at this particular guardrail and then the superintendent's interim guardrail, which is how the superintendent plans to address the particular guardrail at hand, I would like to just encourage board members to check out, and this is part of the professional development that we did over the last few years, Chapter 8 of Great on Their Behalf by A.J. Crabhill. All the commissioners have a copy of this, and it clearly outlines and explains what a guardrail is and what an interim guardrail is. So just for our own reference and review, I know we also had a professional development on this back in April as a full board. I know some commissioners were not present. So it certainly would help to have a baseline understanding of what a guardrail is and is not, and what an interim guardrail actually does. And we have to do a good job of educating the community on that as well, so that there's some clarity. But I will say this, to highlight what Commissioner Feynman brought up about the attendance that we just did at the New York State School Board Association this past weekend. We heard from Commissioner Rosa herself, who was part of a forum discussion on Portrait of a Graduate, and CTA readiness was at the forefront of pretty much every session, and every district right now is in the same boat that we are. In fact, looking at this particular guardrail and interim guardrail, as well as this performance index, is clearly showing that we are leaps and bounds ahead of some districts right now. So this is brand new across New York State. So it is really encouraging to see that we're already tackling this in earnest. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Malloy, and, I appreciate it. What chapter was that?
Chapter 8.
Chapter 8, okay. I may even pick that back up, and, I appreciate you bringing that out. And as we look at the performance index and understand the importance of looking at our data, it's going to behoove us to understand how data actually moves and how systems move and what incremental progress really looks like in reality. Because we've got to do this for our children. So I think this was a great discussion regarding the guardrails and the progress monitoring on this topic. We're going to move forward at this particular time on to the next part of the agenda. And I believe that is
Still with me.
bringing us to the academic.
Yeah, academic presentation.
Presentation.
So
Thank
this
you.
evening, colleagues, we have a presentation that will, provide greater information to a resolution that comes a little bit later in our agenda this evening on pre-K curriculum. So I have a team of individuals who are here today to do a presentation to help educate not only our commissioners, but also our community on this early childhood curriculum adoption that we are bringing forward this evening. I would like to have Chief Cody, Dr. Thomas, and Ariziga, along with Deputy Wright, to lead us in this presentation.
Good evening, President Simmons, Vice President Malloy, Commissioners, and community. Tonight, we're bringing forward a recommendation to adopt a new comprehensive curriculum for pre-K. And as Dr. Rosser said, joining us tonight is Executive Director of Early Learning, Dr. Eva Thomas, and our Academy Director of Early Learning, Katie Arzwaga. We are recommending adoption of teaching strategies, creative curriculum across all district-operated and supported pre-K3 and pre-K4 classrooms, including bilingual, integrated co-taught, self-contained, and general education settings. I would like to provide some context for why we undertook this work. Next slide. Curriculum adoption is not something that we want to be doing frequently, nor should it be. High-quality implementation, we know, takes time, and our current curriculum has certainly served the district well for more than a decade. However, we do also know that instructional materials should be periodically reviewed to ensure that they continue to reflect current research, professional guidance, state expectations, and our district priorities. In this case, New York State requirements and district procurement procedures provided the opportunity to conduct that review through a formal RFP process. The committee's question was straightforward. After a thoughtful and objective review, which curriculum is presently the best fit for meeting the needs of Rochester's youngest learners? Also important to note is that this recommendation does reflect a full year of work involving district staff, community partners, classroom educators, families, and curriculum experts. We followed an intentional procurement process over the course of the past year that included the steps that you see before you: developing selection criteria, reviewing proposals, participating in vendor presentations, offering classroom trials, hosting community review opportunities, engaging in committee-based scoring, and negotiating the financials. Before reviewing any curriculum, we first established the characteristics of a high-quality pre-kindergarten curriculum. Those criteria reflected current research, state expectations, and district priorities, including things like comprehensiveness. We wanted something that would bring some cohesion to both pre-K3 and pre-K4 classrooms, alignment to New York State standards, the developmental appropriateness, and support for our MLLs and our students with disabilities. A strength in the process was the breadth of our stakeholder involvement. Participants included district leaders, classroom teachers, bilingual educators, coaches, principals, community-based organizations, university partners, and family representatives, ensuring that the recommendation reflects input from people with diverse perspectives and expertise. And so following the evaluation of 6 curricula, classroom trials of the 4 finalists, and consideration of stakeholder feedback, the committee reached consensus that teaching strategies creative curriculum best met the criteria established through the RFP process and is the curriculum being recommended for adoption. Having shared how the committee arrived at its recommendation, I'd like to take a moment now to highlight the curriculum itself and several of the instructional features that emerged through the evaluation and ultimately led to this recommendation. Creative curriculum aligned resources for both pre-K3 and pre-K4, organized around inquiry-based studies that integrate subjects like literacy, numeracy, science, social studies. They also bring in writing, they bring in the arts, in these meaningful inquiry-based learning experiences. And rather than teaching these areas in isolation, children have the opportunity to build that knowledge and skills through authentic exploration and make meaningful connections across those content areas. The instruction is also intentionally play-based. The curriculum is supported by a comprehensive set of integrated teacher assessment and family resources. Teachers are provided with the planning tools, embedded professional supports, and an aligned observational assessment system that connects directly to that instruction. Families are recognized as essential partners in learning, and there's a wealth of resources that allow us to partner with families to extend that learning beyond the classroom and strengthen those homeschool connections. Together, all of these components create that more connected instructional system that's designed to support high-quality implementation. Because play-based instruction is sometimes misunderstood, we did want to take a moment to briefly clarify what we do mean by that term. Play-based learning is not the absence of instruction. It's the instructional approach widely recommended for young children because it does provide those more authentic opportunities to develop those skills like language and literacy and numeracy in the context of play, while they're also developing other skills like problem solving, being a global citizen, collaboration. In a high-quality pre-K classroom, play is the context for learning. It's not a break from learning. Children engage in purposeful experiences designed around very clear learning goals, and the teacher's job in this type of learning is to remain highly intentional and observational about what the students are doing, and to then ask questions to push that thinking deeper, model strategies that they can use to engage in what they're engaging with, and providing that just right level of support to engage students in productive struggle that extends their learning. When implemented well, we know that play-based instruction doesn't compete with academic learning. It creates the foundation for it, and it cultivates many of the competencies reflected in the portrait of a graduate that we have already been discussing this evening. We also recognize that selecting a curriculum is both an educational and a governance decision. For that reason, we intentionally considered multiple sources of evidence to ensure this recommendation was thoughtful, balanced, and aligned with both what we know about teaching and learning and what New York State expects of us as a school district. This slide summarizes those 4 complementary sources of information, each contributing something different, but together providing a more complete picture of the evaluation of the curriculum than any single study or source could. The research helps us understand how students learn. So when we compared the available curricula against decades of the foundational research, we found that creative curriculum demonstrated strong alignment with some of the most deeply established principles of early learning, including developmentally appropriate practice, newer research around the science of reading, language development, executive functioning, and intentional teaching. Different than research, evidence helps us evaluate how those principles have been translated into practice and learn from other existing implementations. And we found strong alignment with what recent evidence tells us matters for successful outcomes. The body of research before us is showing us that no single pre-K curriculum consistently outperforms all others. It's also, in more recent years, focusing more on implementation than the curriculum itself, and what we're learning is that implementation quality matters the most. A very recent 2026 randomized controlled trial by the National Institute for Early Education Research did study teaching strategies in terms of the entire ecosystem, that integrated instructional system that I previously described, and how that is supported through some of the supports that come through teaching strategies as a partner in terms of professional learning. And they did find that it was associated with improved teacher well-being, lower burnout, and increased teacher retention. And we know that when our teachers understand it, that they are the ones that can bring that to our students more impactfully. Aside from research and evidence, guidance helps us define what high-quality early childhood instruction should look like. We did examine current professional guidance from organizations including NYSED, as well as the National Association for the Education of Young Children. And across sources, we found strong alignment between creative curriculum and current recommendations for high-quality early childhood instruction. And then we have policy. Policy helps us ensure curriculum decisions align with the expectations of New York State and the priorities of our district. We found strong alignment between creative curriculum and the New York State pre-kindergarten learning standards, Ed Law 818, current early childhood guidance from NYSED, and as we talked about before, the portrait of a graduate. So essentially, taken all of this together, those sources provided a comprehensive framework for evaluating each of the available curricula that were put forth through the RFP process. Another important consideration was ensuring equitable access for every child in our district, and the review identified a number of strengths related to equity and accessibility. The recommended curriculum includes embedded supports for multilingual learners and students with disabilities. It helps cultivate inclusive classrooms, offers culturally relevant and responsive materials, as well as those home language supports, and provides options and guidance for differentiating instruction, which many of you were able to view over the past couple of days during our curriculum viewing events. Throughout the 2-week trial, teachers consistently highlighted several strengths of the proposed curriculum. Some of the strengths that they pointed out included things like they felt like there were engaging hands-on learning experiences. They noted the strength of the bilingual resources. They were pleased with the family engagement components. There was embedded supports for diverse learners, and also the professional learning, which is really a portfolio of both embedded coaching that they will be able to receive on site, as well as digital resources. We know some of our younger teachers are really leaning into some of that digital professional learning to support their growth. When viewed holistically, several characteristics most clearly distinguished creative curriculum from its competitors, including some of what we've already discussed. But that one additional point worth mentioning is that integrated instructional system that is offered by Teaching Strategies. So essentially, rather than functioning solely as a curriculum, it brings together a clear and established instructional model, the assessment system, the wealth of teacher resources, the coaching supports, and the family engagement resources into one coherent system. That interconnected instructional system supports more consistent implementation. It will build teacher confidence. It reduces fragmentation and frustration from these different components coming from different places. And ultimately, it has the potential to strengthen learning through the stronger connections among the instruction, assessment, and family engagement. We also considered the experiences of peer districts and found that creative curriculum is widely used nationally, including many New York districts and all Head Start programs. And although that widespread use alone doesn't necessarily determine quality, one of the things that we were most excited about is that it does provide us access to an established implementation network with opportunities for professional collaboration, inter-district visitations, and shared professional learning to really support that robust implementation plan. This slide summarizes the committee's rubric-based evaluation comparing our current curriculum, who was one of the 6 bidders in the RFP, with the curriculum being recommended for adoption. And as you can see, creative curriculum more consistently met the district's evaluation criteria. And while we know that no curriculum is perfect, the evaluation did demonstrate that we felt creative curriculum was better positioned to meet our district's current needs and priorities. And so with this realization, providing different instructional opportunities based solely on the classroom a child attends did raise important equity considerations, and for that reason, we are recommending district-wide implementation rather than a limited pilot, which also aligns with the expectations of New York State's Office of Early Learning for a coherent, high-quality pre-kindergarten program. So we've talked about how important the implementation is in addition to the qualities within the curriculum itself already. And so for that reason, implementation planning has already been integrated into this recommendation from the outset. Our draft plan includes comprehensive professional learning before and throughout implementation, job-embedded coaching, both from our partners at Teaching Strategies as well as from our team of 8 pre-K coaches inside of the system, classroom support, those aligned resources that we talked about, the meaningful family supports, and a system of ongoing monitoring to celebrate our successes, to make sure that we can surface and address the challenges, and to continuously strengthen implementation over time. Ultimately, this recommendation is not only about purchasing a new curriculum, it's about building a coherent instructional system that equips our educators with the resources, the knowledge, and the support that they need to provide every pre-kindergarten student with high-quality learning experiences. That has been our goal throughout this process, and it is the recommendation we respectfully bring before you this evening. For additional information on the implementation plan, we did include the link to the more detailed implementation plan in response to one of the commissioner's questions in the board log this past week. Here you can see the at-most projected 5-year financial investment, with the first year including the curriculum materials, a digital platform, professional learning, and implementation supports, and then in those subsequent years reflecting costs associated with that continued digital licensing, professional learning, and support, as well as funds for any materials replacement or any new classrooms. This aligns with New York State's early learning grant requirements and will be supported through that funding stream alongside coordinated funding from special ed pre-K to ensure availability for all 162 classrooms. Pre-K remains a major lever in our academic improvement strategy. And as we know that stronger early learning outcomes lead to stronger long-term student success. This includes a future impact on all 4 board goals. As more opportunities to engage and strengthen foundations with our earliest learners will lead us closer to all students reading by 3rd grade, students in grades 3 through 8 being proficient in math and ELA, and students earning 5 or more credits by 9th grade. The charge was not to identify a perfect curriculum, but to determine which will most help create equitable, evidence-based, high-quality learning experiences for every pre-kindergarten student during this critically formative period of their educational journey. The recommendation before you this evening reflects the committee's best professional judgment following a thorough, collaborative, and evidence-informed review. And should you support this recommendation, we are committed to thoughtful implementation, supporting our educators throughout the process, and continuous improvement. We thank you for your time, and we would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Chief Cody. Madam President?
Thank you, Dr. Rosser. So I'm going to open up the dais for questions regarding the I'm just going, did you all hear me though? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna start with our, some concerns or questions we may have. I do see a hand at the far end of the dais, and I'll start with you, Commissioner Griffin.
Okay, I clearly have a problem with implementing a curriculum, one that has not been presented to us in a manner based on how our policies and protocols are written. This has become a consistency with the leadership we are in right now, where they have continuously brought things to us after the fact, and we actually find out from the public that there's a new curriculum on the horizon. So that strikes me kind of, gives me a bad feeling, right? Because who wants to find out something after you've been looking into it and, it leaks out that you're starting a new curriculum? With that being said, I am very concerned with my teachers and my students, because they're the ones that are they're gonna be the ones that's gonna suffer with a transition such as this without doing a pilot. So I just put something together a little bit. I'm just gonna read it, but I wanted to put that out there because overall I think that anything is possible when it's done right and done with fidelity. So that's my big thing. That's gonna be my word for this district: fidelity, fidelity,
You got 5 minutes.
integrity, ethics, and morals. If we do things in that fashion, I think we could go far. I really do. But let me just read this to you. I'm just gonna skim a little things that I have here. A curriculum transition carries more risk when they move district-wide without a pilot phase first. This is especially true for high scope to creative curriculum switch, since the two models differ in a daily structure, assessment tools, and classroom organization. A pilot phase converts these unknowns into knowns, manageable issues before they affect every classroom and every child in the district. The risk of skipping a pilot for teachers: undetected implementation gaps, pacing, materials, routines surface mid-year instead of before rollout. Professional development is built on assumptions rather than pilot evidence, leaving real gaps unaddressed. Teachers absorb the debugging work themselves, increasing workload and burnout. Our teachers face burnout. inconsistent implementations across classrooms and schools with no shared baseline for what correct looks like for the students. Instructional time is lost to live mid-course corrections rather than being protected. Students who rely most on predictable routines, DLLS, IEP students, returning students, are the first to be under-supported, underrepresented. Our IEP, disability, compliance issues, all of those things that we're going through right now, yeah, those are the ones that these affect. Assessment discontinuity between COR, which is what we have now, and GOLD, which is what they're trying to implement, makes it harder to track in real development progress. Inconsistent quality of implementation, here we go again, that word implementation, you have to do with fidelity, across the district means an uneven experience depending on a school or a classroom. So what we are doing by implementing this program is treating our kids as a guinea pig. This is not a research project, ma'am, sir, guys, leaders. Our kids are important. Our children are important to their parents. We have to stop using our children as guinea pigs. This is what this is. It's a guinea pig. Now, let's go to some positive, right? Do a pilot for me. Get some data on the board, and then we can talk real business. But presenting a whole bunch of words to me without data showing the difference between high scope and the creative curriculum, which may be a positive, then we can go somewhere. But you coming up, and not you, but in general, coming up and addressing this with us at this time after you've talked about it with everybody else is not conducive, and that's not the way this district should be ran and the way the commissioners should receive this information. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Griffin. Can you cite your source? Can you cite your source of information?
I put in, and I get the information right.
No, I'm saying from an educational standpoint, no. So what I'm saying is from an educational standpoint, when people present information, research, studies, things of that nature that provide the evidence such as that, folks like to be able to say, understand what they're looking at, maybe go back and look for themselves. Can you cite the source so that we as board colleagues can also?
I submit the information that I'm looking for, and they give me the data and the information to correlate the two together. That's the way I do it. I mean, I know that's
And where can we find that source so that we can, do you have us?
my brain.
Okay, enough said. Commissioner McCullough?
I have intelligence.
No, it's citing the source. Citing the source.
I put the information
Could I
in
go?
that
He's,
about high school.
what's his name? Dejan was saying that your microphone's not on. So what I was saying, citing the source, so if I do a research study and I pull
I'm not
together.
in a research class. I'm just here to present to the.
I just want to explain what I mean. You asked what I meant by
I've
that.
already said
So
what
when
I
I
need to
cite
state. The
information
was
and
what
I
based it on.
gather
I
it,
researched it and I got it. I'm not in.
But you don't
I'm
have
not
a
in
source to
class.
cite.
You're not the professor.
no, and neither are you, and I think that is the point. You are dangerous, and you often let out a lot of misinformation,
That's
and
not
it's time to start
misinformation. This is the
correcting
information
the
comparing the
record.
two
And I'm
resources.
not going to allow you to continue to
This is
talk out of the
not-
side of
this
your
is
neck
not bad
with
information. You can look it up
misinformation in that
yourself,
manner.
and it will
I can't
present
look
it
it up
to you.
because you can't cite the source.
But listen, you
Commissioner
can look it
McCullough,
up.
the mic is
You're
yours.
supposed to do that before you get here.
All right, so
I have.
I would like,
Okay, then let's see what you got.
all right, so, okay, thank you. So I would like to first say that historically, our pre-K and universal pre-K has been nationally recognized. And this has been happening for decades. So this is not something that's new. This is historical information that anyone can find, that we have always been recognized as one of the top 5% in the nation for our pre-K. So that's not a small feat. So I looked into this teaching, creative teaching and teaching strategies, and as an educator, what I found when I looked at the research, which was done by I think it was Ed Reports, which looks at peer-reviewed educators who look at the actual curriculum to see how it would work from an educator's perspective, right? And it met the standards that RCSD was looking for in the curriculum that they wanted to bring to their pre-K and universal pre-K classrooms. With saying that, As I sat down on yesterday with the curriculum team and with the pre-K, Dr. Thomas, and the other the individuals who came from the actual curriculum companies, and was able to sit and ask questions and learn more about the curriculum itself. And I am excited to see this curriculum be implemented in our schools for our kids. One of the main things that this curriculum offered that I did not see in the other curriculums was the fact that it gave them opportunities to show differentiation in the actual curriculum itself. This is a task that a lot of teachers have difficulties with, and if we're going to start with our youngest to make sure that we're getting to the point where we're going to meet our goals, teachers need to know how to differentiate so that students have access to our lessons, and this curriculum built that in. So, with some of those caveats, with the fact that they have on-demand professional development for the teachers, you have things that are implemented and put into this curriculum that I think is going to help avoid teachers from being burned out. And this is why I'm looking at this as this is actually a right direction from my perspective as an educator to go. As an educator, this is my perspective, and I do feel like this is the right direction for curriculum for the pre-K.
Mike, hold on. You said that you had looked at some peer review. Are you able to cite a source?
Yes,
One
it
source?
was Ed Reports.
Ed Reports, thank
Yep,
you.
and they're the latest for this particular curriculum. Now, the government did do their own, and that was back in 2013.
Like 10 or 13 years
We're
ago?
talking about 13 years later, a decade later, where they have implemented and changed a lot of the curriculum around. One of the ladies that was there representing the company has been with the company since 2012, 2013. So she was there during all of these different reviews, and she spoke onto how much they've changed over the past decade, which gave me confidence to say this was the right curriculum to pick that was chosen through the RFP.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner McCullough. I see a few hands. Commissioner Feynman, do you have a hand as well or not at this time? Oh, you wait? Okay, so I'm going to go and also if you can let me know if there's one online so I don't miss him. I'm going to go into Commissioner LeBron and then I'll bring it back in.
Yeah, so I submitted the question, and one, Commissioner Griffin, I would like to give some remarks real quick. So first and foremost, even the response that's in the board question log does not answer anything. You actually cite today in the presentation some additional areas that you all have gone to review it. So I do want to cite some sources. I do want to cite Dr. Tatiana Velasquez-Smith, who I had extensive conversations with around this curriculum. There is zero evidence and data, and we cannot say that we have a guardrail that says that a superintendent has to submit a curriculum that is evidence-based and has data to show that it's effective, and then at the same time allow staff to give a presentation to the public that states that there's no evidence that one curriculum, that is absolutely insane that was submitted there. I do want to also uplift your own data shows that this curriculum's been used in the 90s in different school districts, including some school districts that actually have state monitors also attached to them. Those school districts have not shown up nationally, as to Commissioner Culler's point. That curriculum is high scope. Now, I think what's happened in this district is that we have not implemented core and have done it with fidelity for the teachers to have the ability to differentiate the curriculum at hand. What has happened in this district is that our CSD provides that to the teachers, whereas our CBOs are allowed to differentiate and create curriculum independent to the students who are in front of them. And then lastly, we prepared, Dr. Tiana Smith and myself prepared that NEAR report was gonna come up. And so I do want to cite some things, and that is public. People can go look at it. And since Commissioner Simmons is so invested tonight on sources, that is your source to go and look for yourself, especially if you're going to vote yes. That's going to look crazy, because that was not, both controlled and uncontrolled groups use this curriculum, and they were already using the gold standards. These were not new implementations. These were school districts that were already using it. The highest findings in that was 23% teacher retention. I think this might be a good curriculum for teacher retention and reducing burnout, as you yourself mentioned, but as a grandmother with children and grandchildren in this district, I'll never stop saying that first. I have 2 grandchildren that I am not going to allow my daughter to register this year for pre-K. You guys got to get it together, but this curriculum is not it. This curriculum focuses on adults and not children outcomes. And then lastly, let me just say that all of these evaluations have only been on the last 4 implementations of those curriculums, that this is a brand new curriculum, that this curriculum was sold last year to a new company. So the findings belong to other individuals and companies with their implementation of Fidelity. We have no idea. And then to invest $2.1 million, and I just lastly have to say that the way the resolution was even written, that if you vote tonight, you're spending over $2 million on a resolution with 0 evidence and data that will result in our kids being able to read, write, understand numbers and colors, 0. And then to minimize the federal clearinghouse for curriculum and effectiveness is mind-blowing too. But lastly, to wrap up a $2.2 million price tag that says $650,000 is what is written for us to vote on tonight, and in the written say that you guys get to have $350K every year without coming to the board back for approval for that. That is crazy to me. So it is fundamentally, wholeheartedly a no, and I will continue to keep my grandchildren and figure it out among other parents on what we're going to do as we move forward for pre-K. Thank you.
Yeah, if I can just provide.
At this time, I do want to bring us back to the fact that we're talking about the presentation at hand, but we do have the resolution that we will discuss at a moment. So I do want to give the mic to Superintendent Rosser, who has a statement, and then I'll do
I was
us for
going
one
to
last
talk about the
second.
resolution and
Okay.
the responsibility of administration to come to the board whenever we are seeking to utilize funds. So just as we've done in the past, you know, the discretion of the superintendent to be able to move forward does not mean that we would not come back to the board each annually with a resolution to be able to extend the contract.
So hold on, we're still, want to bring order to the dais. We want to bring order to the dais. We want to bring order to the dais and allow for the conversation to continue. I do see a hand by Commissioner Feynman at this time.
I'm sorry, it's really difficult with a hearing loss to make sure I can make sure that everything is being heard. But as my children entered pre-K, this was the beginning of what was here now. And then my child entered COVID, during COVID times was in pre-K. And one of the things that I was really impressed with when I looked at this curriculum was all the digital tools and all of the home-based and looking at how to engage in the home and how to support our children at home. And we need to engage our home. I was impressed with the multiple languages. It does, I mean, we're in this presentation, it says Spanish and English, but there's Arabic, there's Dari. I mean, I looked into that, and I think that's absolutely incredible. I love, love, love that it's play-focused and that we're using the tools that we already have in the classroom. We're just rearranging them. I loved that the levels, the intentionality of making sure when a child speaks, again, that paperwork is already there. A teacher can lift it up, say, oh, they're asking these questions, this is how I support that. It's built into this already. The digital tools were absolutely incredible. I loved the homeschool connections, and I know that we're already talking about, in our previous presentation, the fact that we have an inequitable amount of things in our school district. By putting this out equitably all at once, we need to make sure that everything is equitable. And I'm just very excited about making sure that our kids get brand-new digital tools that are going to be utilized for the kids in the future. And I just appreciated all of the presentations that I was able to attend this week and all the information I was able to get. And I'm just grateful for all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Feynman. Commissioner Santiago, I see a hand.
Yeah, I just have a couple questions. One, there may be a good chance that the curriculum passes tonight, and so I'm just wondering on the administration's end, what is the continued evaluations that you guys will have throughout the years? And if this is not effective and it shows not to be effective compared to our last curriculum, what would be the plan of pivot? And I'm not jumping to conclusions, but I'm saying if this does pass and we're seeing that it doesn't compare to our last curriculum, what is the plan for continued improvement and continued evaluation of the curriculum?
Chief Cody?
Thank you for the question. We have built some of this into the implementation plan already. And again, given sort of the go-ahead by the board, we will continue to develop that further. In terms of looking at the student outcomes, we want to look at both some of the assessment data that comes with the program itself. So as has been mentioned, there's an assessment that currently exists, CORE, that measures particular skills. There will be a new assessment system, so we will look for some alignment with where we can compare those outcomes from the current system as well as with the new system. There will also be implementation benchmarks specified and ways that we will measure implementation in the classroom through classroom walkthroughs. We have also an annual visit by the New York State Office of Early Learning. They come and visit our pre-K classrooms annually, and so they give us some ratings and some reports on that. So we will also pay attention to what comes out of that visit. Those are some of the ways in which we will measure implementation. As I mentioned before, we do expect to see the ripple effect of this in our eventually third grade test scores as well, as students' learning is bolstered at the foundation, that we should also be seeing that impact in third grade. But I will ask if the team would like to offer anything else.
Yeah, and I'll add a couple things. One of the things that's critically important is that we will also be eliciting teacher feedback. That's a part of our monitoring, improving this system, as well as looking at assessment data as well.
Yeah, and that was going to be my next question as far as if teachers were able to. Two more quick questions. One, I heard about a digital aspect to this. I just want to ensure that our kids aren't going to be definitely on the pre-K level, aren't going to be on computers a lot. You know, during that time, you know, they should be interacting with their classmates and building relationships with their teachers. And so I hear digital. I think about pre-K children. Some parents may not want their children to be on laptops or iPads, and so I just want some clarity behind that.
Yeah, can you provide clarity on the reference to the digital opportunity? Yeah, if you want to. Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, so the digital platform is not what students will be on continuously. The digital platform is what's going to also allow parent access to those resources so that the parents can access digitally activities that they can then engage their students with at home. But no, during the time that they are in the classroom, it will be very hands-on centers, play-based learning.
Okay, and final question to the superintendent. We just talked about our board goal about, you know, ensuring that any curriculum that you're proposing to us that's coming up to the board is evidence-based and research-based. And your evaluation of this curriculum, or even your team's evaluation of this curriculum, you know, what are some of the evidence? And I saw it inside of the presentation, but kind of just need reassurance, you know, from your mouth, because this is our guardrail. This is something that we agreed on. That this is an evidence-based curriculum that you believe will be positive to our children and their outcomes.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So as mentioned in the presentation, the National Institute of Early Education Research did conduct a recent study in March of 2026. As mentioned through the presentation, this information, along with other information, was utilized to determine that this particular curriculum is evidence-based. The one thing I want to point out in terms of equity, When we looked at the comparison between the current curriculum and we looked at this new curriculum, one of the things that was very striking in our RFP process is that the current curriculum did not meet the standard for multilingual resources. So when we speak about the particular guardrail, and I want to make sure that it's read and that people understand it clearly, the guardrail reads, the superintendent will not allow the selection or implementation of curriculum programs or practices that are not evidence-based or that result in inequitable opportunities for students. So when you think about our current curriculum and the lack of multilingual supports, the guardrail is being held to the standard by which it was written because our current curriculum creates an inequitable opportunity for multilingual students at this point in time, whereas the new proposed curriculum does not.
Yeah, and we wrote the guardrails. So
That's the
I know
final
what the
one,
guardrail.
Commissioner Santiago.
Yeah, if I could just make a final statement.
No, yeah, make it. I'm saying that's your final one.
But I just want to say overall, I think, although we want to focus on the equitable part, we also want to focus and really want to put weight behind the part around evidence-based, because that's also going to affect the outcomes of our students. Thank you.
And I like your background. Looks like the Matrix. I like it. Okay. It's cool. Okay. I do have, I think, one more hand, and I think I gave everybody a twice. Or what have you? You haven't gotten one. I didn't say everyone a chance. I said I've given everyone twice. So I'm working my way through. Before I go through to the next piece, I do want to look at something really quick, because I don't think I've asked one of my questions. I was looking back at this, and I did want to make sure I didn't miss that. I do see the classroom teachers present in this piece that you had here, and I just lost my screen. Look at me. But I guess I can remember my question. I was looking at it, doggone it. And my question was around the timeline. I wanted some clarity, because on this timeline, I saw, yeah, my screen is funky tonight. On the timeline, it's the committee kicked off July 2025. And roster came in July 1. So that means there was work happening prior to Dr. Rosser coming in. So that means that this RFP, can you give me clarity on when this started and what the impetus of this was? And I don't know who was here. I think Dr. Thomas.
Yes, I'm going to invite Dr. Thomas, because I also was not yet in this position in July 2025, so I think she can give us the most.
So, because we're talking
robust
about like Dr.
understanding of
Rosser
that.
came in and was like, we're going to do this, but I think there's something that I'm missing here. So I just want to get clarity on what was taking place at that time.
All right. Good evening, commissioners, Dr. Rosser, Superintendent Rosser, and colleagues and Rochester community. Glad to be back after 6 months, taking it one day at a time. But the RFP was actually started through Dr. DeMario Strickland. My first day on the job, he asked me to start an RFP because we had high scope for about 15 years or more. And he was looking at ensuring that the science of reading was embedded. He was looking at the portrait of a graduate. He was also looking at all the special populations that we serve. And for the record, High Scope was one of our vendors. The presentation lasted 15 minutes. They have not updated their curriculum. They said they would not be ready until January 2027. And they made that clear, and they were honest with us, because we gave all the vendors our must-haves, a list of criteria to support our staff, our students, and our families. We stand behind this curriculum because we want to ensure that our teachers are supported. If our teachers
sorry, I
are
cannot hear.
successful, our students will be successful. And we want to make sure that they're successful. We've put a lot of things in place. We have a coach that is assigned to our district to help us. We have monthly check-ins. We have professional learning communities we're setting up. We're training leaders. I'm looking forward to training leaders at Hart Street if this passes. Also training leaders at the Leadership Summit. Every month, we will be checking in with our teachers, support staff, and our leaders. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That does give me clarity. And Cindy, are we following the guardrail right? Are we, because we throwing guardrail out there, lean not to your own understanding, rightly dividing the word of truth. And I don't know if I don't even know if I said that right, but I don't know if we're getting this guardrail correct. I just want to make sure I'm understanding how we are looking at guardrail and the interim guardrails as a board.
Yeah, thank you. Cindy Ellsburn for the community. I'm actually here observing, but happy to answer the question. And with the Council of Great City Schools governance coach, the guardrails, when you all wrote them, while you have that, let me pull up some information here. So, guardrails are intentionally written at a strategic level. By definition, a guardrail is an operational action or class of actions, usually strategic rather than tactical, that the superintendent may not use or allow in pursuit of the student outcome goals. The emphasis is on broad boundaries and categories of action, not individual operational decisions. So because guardrails are intentionally broad, different board members may read the guardrail, the same guardrail differently. So one board member may believe it's X, another may believe it's Y, and another may believe it means Z. So if monitoring is based on each member's individual interpretation, then there is no consistent standard for accountability. So that's why our governance process is designed to prevent that, and why you have interim guardrails. So the superintendent develops the interpretation of the guardrail that explains how the guardrail will be understood and operationalized. The superintendent identifies interim guardrails as that interpretation, and those are measurable indicators that demonstrate whether the interpretation is being implemented. Those measures provide the board with an objective basis for monitoring progress. If in reviewing their interpretation, which is what you all did before you adopted your guardrails, the board concludes that that's not what you meant or intended, then the remedy isn't to evaluate performance against individual interpretations of the guardrail. Rather, it is to take the time to rewrite the guardrail, not during the monitoring process, but to take intentional time away from the monitoring process after that.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any questions on that before I?
Nope, I just wanted that clarity because I do see some of that happening, and I'm wondering if we're in a space where we might have to look at that guardrail and double check ourselves as board members. What I do want to do is ensure I capture all questions or statements, and I've missed Vice President Malloy.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much for setting aside the time for commissioners to come and review the curriculum. I will say, as an educator, I was a little skeptical at first, and the myths that I had kind of reflect or mirrored some of the myths that you showed in tonight's presentation. My first fear was that kids were going to be in front of computers, right? When we were shown classrooms, we saw the play-based learning, and I was like, wow, that looks like a lot like the play-based learning that we're doing with high scope already, so why a new curriculum? My 4 children went through the high scope curriculum and really benefited from that play-based learning. 2 of my 4 children were identified during preschool because of really caring teachers who saw some gaps in their learning and their phonemic awareness. And I was able, because of those teachers, to seek outside help and get 2 of my 4 children classified at a very early age, and they were able to get those services that they needed for speech therapy, et cetera,
because I realized even coming from a very privileged background with a very literacy-focused home where kids were read to, nonstop and all of the things, even as an educator, I am not prepared to teach reading necessarily to my own kids. I'm a social studies teacher. And I didn't know how to teach that phonemic awareness necessarily. And so when I heard about the science of reading and helping to incorporate that into at the pre-K level, I felt that that was going to be really important for our early learners, because had my kids maybe had that, maybe that outside intervention would not have been necessary. Maybe it would have. But I like the fact that it's more equitable in terms of kids having access to that phonemic awareness. And I hope I'm making some sense here. But I really loved the high scope experiences for my own children, and it's a nationally recognized program that we've used, for 15 years, and so it's been kind of a delight to see my own kids go through that. I was a little alarmed to hear that high scope wouldn't have any science of reading embedded until January of 2027. So there's a huge lag there. I was also really concerned for our teachers who have undergone over the years, over and over again, having to adopt new curriculum and the burnout that happens. In any process, you can't always do a pilot study in advance. That's not necessarily how most curriculum gets rolled out in most districts. I know sometimes it requires professional development throughout the school year. Even as an educator myself, adopting a new social studies curriculum back in 2016, it was a lot of learn as you go and a lot of summer professional development. And it took me 5 years to master that understanding by design, which is what is used not only at East High School and other schools in our district, but in many other districts as well. So I find that this inquiry-based approach in this newest curriculum is going to address that inquiry that we're looking for in Portrait of a Graduate. I love the embedded digital resources available to teachers so that they can engage outside of the classroom or an in-person. They don't need to do an in-person PD. Specific questions can get answered just by going to a resource online. I wish I'd had that with my own curriculum adoption for understanding by design. That being said, I'm going to support this curriculum. Thank you so much for the presentations. I know it's a challenge, but I like the implementation. It's not going to be easy for anyone, but I love the flexibility that you're giving a lot of teachers to move units around as needed or per student interest. I love the multilingual learning aspect of it. And I love the science of reading and that development of phonemic awareness. So thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I do want to do a time check, 8:09. I want to finish out this conversation. I see 2 other hands. I think I want to end with those 2 hands. So Commissioner Griffin, if you have a last statement, and then Commissioner McCullough, and then Commissioner Feynman.
First, I'm going to start off, and I want to apologize to President Simmons, but I am very, very, very passionate about my teachers and my students in this district, and especially about my taxpayers, because I am one myself, as I've stated, and I've seen the instabilities in this district and the way we move, and I just don't appreciate it at all. I think that I am a voice for the community, and that's why I sit in this seat. I speak the unspoken, and I will continue to do that. However, when I spoke to you all and I addressed the concerns I had, I basically said that from the beginning that if we are going to do something like this, that we need to pilot this program and make sure that that it's going to work. When you pilot a program, what you're getting back is feedback, right? So in the interim, I'm just going to go to the ending of what I should have said before. When you pilot a program for years, there are different phases that happen. Now, for my team, if we could understand this analogy and this ideology of We're not sitting in the seat of these teachers that have been through change after change after change after change. We are sitting here not knowing how they really feel. So I think that we need for one time to put our feet in their shoes, and say, hey, let me look at this. And if we step back and do that, and we actually do a survey that we did not do, and survey these teachers that are out, they are just outdone with this because you want to implement this in a less than timely fashion. When you look at what I look at as a timeline, they give a year to implement this with information given to the teachers, them giving feedback. You have no feedback from teachers because you haven't even implemented yet. They haven't even been trained yet. You want to implement this by September. You want them to be full throttle by September. That is called failure before it starts. I am sorry. There is things that we must do right, and we are not doing this right. And I've worked for corporate America over 30 years, and they have never gave us a new system without firstly doing pilots. Who does that? Nobody normal does that. And then we are dealing with a district that has been broken over and over again with different superintendents. And you mean to tell me that we can't take the time to say, hey, listen, before we, it's okay for you to talk, Heather. Before we do anything, we can't do a pilot. We can't do a pilot to say, hey, teachers, we hear you talking. You know, some of the commissioners voiced your concern. I'm not saying not to do it. What I'm saying is that if you want to do it with the data, do it with fidelity. And the way you do that is to do a pilot, implement it like they say there's steps and phases to piloting. Mm-hmm. And then you say, okay, hey, these are the questions, these are the quirks. If we're going to do this and if it passes, if we put that clause in there, I'm asking you to do this for our teachers, to transition them into this program, this new curriculum. I'd be damned if I was a teacher and I worked for this district because you don't care. Nobody cares about them. You're not thinking about them, and you don't know what they go home to. I think it's just totally. I mean, I am so angry with this because people do not care about our teachers and our students. And then this is our IEP. I know IEP. We got the largest IEP in our district, and guess what? It's different than the other districts that they have a few. We have a lot of IEP disability children in our district. So to compare apples to oranges to another district and say, hey, we don't have a lot of people. We don't, the IEP and we have an abundance amount of IEP for the reason why we should do a pilot. So I'm begging this school board today to please look at the fact that we need to pilot this and roll it out slowly if it gets approved, because it's damning to our IEP kids that already have challenges, and to our teachers who are asking the commissioners to please listen to them and please put them first with the children instead of the leadership. We are being led by administrators and not being led by the people that put us in these seats, and that is our stakeholders, and I'll rest right there.
Thank you. Commissioner Feynman, and then Commissioner McCullough, if I may end with you. Okay, so Commissioner McCullough, I'm going to end with you.
Okay, so I just wanted to make my last statement. It's going to be quick. As a 20-plus year educational professional with over 15 years in the classroom teaching special education, I would just like to say that I want to make sure that our public understands that a piloting of a program is not always necessary when you're implementing curriculum.
Absolutely.
Nor does the RCSD have any policies requiring us to do any type of piloting of any curriculum whatsoever. So I want to make sure that this is known, because when we are saying things, I want to make sure that we're saying things with accuracy and with integrity. So with this
Please allow
program-
Commissioner McCullough to finish. No one interrupted you, Commissioner Griffin. I'd ask that you. But you say a lot of things that are untrue, and we don't interrupt you. We let you go off. So I would like Commissioner McCullough to finish his.
That's not true, Commissioner McCullough.
Commissioner Griffin, please allow him to finish his statement.
Thank you very much, President Simmons. So I just wanted to put that to the forefront as an experienced educator who coming from the classroom, who understands what this means to implement multiple curriculums over decades that are put into my into my hands and that I have to present into the classroom.
Every
So
district is different.
so that's what I want to say.
I'm
And
gonna
once
concede
again,
to
thank you
this.
for picking a curriculum that's actually going to
we're
help our
bringing up number
students
6.
move forward and get us to our goals, which is what we really are looking
Why
at.
you burn out the teachers?
So what I do want to do to close out this particular conversation at this time is, I think we've had robust conversation. It's 8:16, probably time to move on to the next piece. And we're going to be getting into the resolutions, which we'll probably end up with some additional discussion there. And that's what I'm saying. And so what I want to say is, you know, it starts with the board. There's common denominators, and if we go back 20, 30, 40 years, it starts with the board. So if we want to say things that are unspoken, that is one thing that we might want to say loud and with our chest, and understanding that we drive outcomes. And so I do want us to recognize what we've seen, the history of this district. And I wouldn't say it's all the board, but it starts with the board, so I want to say that. I do recognize that because of the turnover that we have seen over the years, people have been introduced to new strategies, new things, and that does create burnout and things of that nature. I've been around for 20 years serving children in our schools. I have family members that are educators in our schools, and I talk to people quite often, so I don't want to give the appearance that I'm disconnected, disjointed, or sitting behind a desk without full-on impact or understanding of what's happening. But what I will say is that we may not always agree on things, but we've got to work through our discourse and make informed decisions. And I want to thank Dr. Rosser for giving us the opportunity to inform our decisions this evening. With that said, we're going to move past this particular academic presentation, and we are moving into, I believe we're at consideration of resolutions at this time, Rahima. And so what I'd like to do as I open this up is I'd like to request a motion to remove Resolution 6 from the consent agenda and place that into Section 9 for additional with the additional resolutions. So I'd like to entertain that motion. Motion by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor? Any opposed? Can we also move? Also, next, I would like to request a motion to approve all items. Is there something on the consent agenda?
26, 27.3, is that in the consent agenda?
I'd like to entertain a motion to approve all items in the consent agenda, which are resolutions 1, 2, and 4, 86, 89, and 101. And it looks like there's a request for amendments.
Yes.
581, 665, 700,
Yes.
747, and 758.
Yeah, Chief Wilson, can you speak to those amendments?
Good evening. President Simmons, we are requesting that the board vote to amend the following resolutions: 56, 76, 92, and 98 to reflect that funding for these items has in fact been included in the budget, and the clerical omission of the budget line is yes.
Can they repeat those?
Can you repeat the resolutions, Chief Wilson?
Yes. 56, 76, 92, and 98.
President Simmons, yes. So at this time, you need a motion to remove those resolutions just named.
What is 581, 665, 700? Those are additional ones too?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Those are amendments that you all reviewed in the work session. Those don't need to be
Okay,
removed.
and so in addition to these, we
Right.
are doing 56, 76, 92, and 98 as well. And
At this time, though, the motion for those resolutions you just named
President.
is just to remove from the consent agenda, not the
Yes, so-
actual amendments.
Okay, did we work through the 1, 2, 4 through 86? Okay, so we have to do that first. All right, so at this time, I'd like to entertain a motion to remove resolutions 56, 76, 92, and 98 from the consent agenda.
Motion?
Motion by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? With that said, I would like,
President Simmons?
Yes.
I apologize. I actually had another amendment. So I have an amendment to pull Resolution 85.
Did we just vote on these?
No.
No, it's just to
Through
remove
it
from the
yet? Okay,
consent
so we can
agenda.
add that one in there too. 56, 76, 85, 92, and 98?
Is 85 just being pulled and removed entirely from discussion or voting on tonight?
Correct.
It's being tabled, correct? Because
Oh.
we're going to bring it back to the board.
If you're pulling it, you can't table.
Is this a request to pull all of these resolutions?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I wanted to make sure that I separated the two. The first set, which was 56, 76, 92, and 98, those were to amend. And then the 85 is to pull from the agenda, period.
So President Simmons, right now, the only motion is being considered is to remove those items from consent agenda. It doesn't matter if they're being amended or withdrawn. Your first motion is to take
All
them
right,
off
so I'm
consent.
just, okay, so I can still bundle these
Yes,
together
ma'am.
to get them off the consent.
We
So,
need a motion to pull.
if I may restate that, General Counsel, am I still in the money? Okay, I'm gonna try to do it. So entertaining motion to remove from the consent agenda, resolutions 56, 76, 85, 92, and 98. Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so they have now been removed from the consent agenda. All right. And now you're looking to, do I need to go back to this 1, 2, all these others up here?
Yes, you want to address the consent agenda first.
Okay, so we're going to request a motion to approve all items in the consent agenda, which are resolutions 1, 2, 4 through 86, 89 through 101, and the amendments that were made to 581, 665, 700, 747, and 758. I get that. Moved by Vice President Malloy. Seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm not sure if 84 is in there. It's a no for me on 84. If it's in the consent.
It is in the consent.
Motion carries. All right.
You know which one I ain't bringing on, so it don't even matter.
Hold on.
Is it 81? 6. Did we do it already?
Resolution 87 and 88 are not in the consent agenda. They were removed at the
87 and 88 are down here under number 9.
clarification.
And now number 6 is down here as well, right, Rahima?
Correct, and that was just asked to be moved.
Yep, okay.
I just want to make sure.
Oh, you,
All right, so did we just approve the consent agenda, or did we even make it through there? I don't know what I'm doing at this point.
you did approve the
did.
consent agenda
Are
after
we on
you
number
removed
9 now?
those.
Because I think I'm down to number 9. This is interesting. All right, so we are at number 9 on the schedule, under consideration of resolutions. These are additional resolutions.
Yeah.
And so, at this time, I'd like to request a motion for additional resolutions 3, 6, 87, 88, and 102 through 122.
No.
I'm sorry?
It's a motion.
Okay, so you don't have to know on the motion, but can I get a motion? Motion by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. And so these are
I don't,
open for discussion on these particular resolutions. Yes.
Start discussion. It was your intention to include the additional resolutions you just removed from the consent agenda? Because that was not in that bundle.
Oh, you know
already.
what? 56, 7, I got to put those in there too. So requesting a motion for additional resolutions 3, I'm adding 6, 87, 88, 102 through 122. And also 56, 76, 85, 92, and 98 are now here under additional resolutions. We'll probably have to go through the exercise, Chief Wilson, of making the amendment or pulling. So that's been motioned by Vice President Malloy and seconded by Commissioner Feynman. And with that said, I'm going to open this for discussion.
And Commissioner Santiago has his hand up on
Oh,
level.
great, okay. got that cool screen. Okay, I'm gonna start with you, sir, because your screen is cool.
Sorry, President Simmons, can I
Yes,
interject briefly? So,
and then I'll move it down this way.
So the administration wanted an amendment, right, to several resolutions. My recommendation would be to
Do that
vote on
first.
that amendment first,
Okay,
right? And then you just restate the bond for discussion, so
Okay.
that amendment is taken care of, because I think.
then we don't have to go back to it. That makes
Right,
sense.
and so the amendment was it was across the board, just updating those specific resolutions to indicate that they are, Chief Wilson?
Correct. Remember, 85 was pulled, but 56, 76, 92, and 98 are to reflect the clerical error, and the line item, the budgeted line is a yes. So we're making a correction.
So the budget line items on the mentioned resolutions should read yes on
Correct.
those resolutions, 56, 76, 92, and 98.
And my recommendation would be to take those in sequence, so vote on the amendment for the updating of the language first, so that I would put that on the table.
Okay, so motion to update the language on the resolutions mentioned,
Yep.
56, 76, 92, and 98.
Yep.
Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor? Aye, okay, the language is now updated on those resolutions.
And then I would vote on the withdrawal of 85.
Okay, and now entertaining a motion to withdraw Resolution 85 from the agenda this evening. Moved by Vice President Malloy. Seconded by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor of the removal of Resolution 85?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And then I think you are all set to restate the bond and have the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, I appreciate your support. Okay, so entertaining a motion for additional resolutions, including 3, 6, 87, 88, 102 through 122. This is also including the amended resolutions of 56, 76, 92, and 98 in
So
here.
moved.
Moved by Vice President Malloy. Seconded by Commissioner Feynman. This is now open for discussion, this bundle of resolutions, so that we can discuss them. Commissioner Santiago, I'm going to start with you, and then I'll work my way down the dais.
Thank you. Tonight, we have a resolution in front of us, which is Resolution 87 and Resolution 88. Tonight, I cannot support the proposed intermunicipal agreement with the Rochester Police Department. And both of those resolutions, 87 and 88, we are being asked to invest over $1 million to our Rochester Police Department, which amounts approximately to $120 per hour for RPD personnel to sit in front of our schools. I believe that tonight we have an opportunity to think differently about how we support our students. With that level of investment, we should be asking whether those dollars could have a greater impact if directed towards evidence-based, community-centered approaches. Our community is home to organizations and youth-serving professionals who specialize in mentoring, conflict resolution, violence prevention, mental health support, and relationship building with young people. I believe we can be more effective and more fiscally responsible by investing in those partnerships rather than continuing to rely on this agreement. For that reason, tonight I respectfully ask my colleagues not to pass this resolution. Instead, I ask that it's tabled to allow further conversation and discussion about what student support should look like moving forward. I recognize that given this timeline, we may not be able to fully transition away from this agreement for the upcoming school year, and may need to consider a partial agreement while we develop a more comprehensive community-based approach. However, I do not believe that we should approve another full agreement without having that important conversation. Our responsibility is not only to spend taxpayer dollars wisely, but also to invest in strategies that build trust, strengthen relationships, and create lasting positive outcomes for our students. I believe that we can do better with the money that we are investing in this. And for that reason, I cannot support the agreement tonight. We know that under moments of true safety crisis, there's state laws, there's our safety plan and policies that require RPD involvement. And RPD also has a standing budget through our city municipality to protect the citizens of Rochester, which includes our students and young people of the Rochester City School District. And so tonight, I'm not supporting it. I haven't supported it in the past 3 years or 2 years I've been on the board. But I ask that this year we actually take a step into moving it towards the right direction and moving in a way that we can more effectively support our young people during these times. And so I want to kind of end my statement with a question to Dr. Rosser. What would be the Rochester City School District's preparedness if this partial reduction or if this resolution tonight would not be approved this evening?
Yeah, I'm going to have Jacob Scott, our COO, come up and sort of join me in this response. So we've given some consideration to what potentially might occur this evening. And there's a lot of things that we need to, as a school district, make sure is in place in order to guarantee that the safety and security of our students and our staff members are in place. So, Jacob Scott, can you provide some additional information to what we've discussed and the outcome of your conversations with members of your team?
Yes, exactly. Thank you, and good evening. And thanks for the question, Commissioner Santiago. One of the pieces, of course, I do have to emphasize that RPD has certainly been a valuable partner to us in the district. Just, with the intel that they provide on a daily basis, with things that happen, of course, outside of our school, but of course affect what does take place inside as well. But certainly, RPD has provided service for our arrival and dismissal. It certainly just doesn't hold true on incidents that take place, but certainly they assist with safety control, safety traffic control, which is very important on a day-to-day basis. Just because pedestrians just don't stop when individuals such as our SSOs might be in the streets. But when we do have vehicles with the strobe lights that are out there, it does provide another level of safety. Along that too is just to the prevention of just dangerous situations, of course, that are caused by motorists. But I do have to unfortunately remind the board on just past incidents that have occurred of shooting attempts right outside of Padilla a few years ago, and also on two other separate attempts at All City when it was on Austin Street. I do know we as a safety team certainly continue to leverage and lean on our security team to make sure that we are making sure that we are keeping, of course, every student and also staff members safe. But we also, unfortunately, do have community members that come to our buildings, unfortunately, and on many occasions cause some very chaotic situations that really do put many of our, put everyone at the building in harm's way. So this is something that we really just need to really take a look at to put some safety precautions in place. But like I said, I do know RPD has been a really good partner throughout the years. One of the things that I would kind of be remiss in saying, I am wondering if we, as a school, as a district, could really look at how we can kind of bridge and leverage RPD in our community, and if our district can be something where we build stronger relationships with RPD. I mean, one of the pieces that I always say is, within our community,
Chief
if we
If I
can,
could just jump in, I think we should be able to do that for free. They have a budget, and we shouldn't be paying $1 million extra for us to do that. I just want to reclaim my time because that wasn't the point of the conversation. I believe that RPD already has a budget that they hold within themselves, that part of their job is to protect the citizens of Rochester, and that includes our students, and we shouldn't have to pay extra for that. And I also don't believe that we should have to pay to create a relationship with our police. And there's more effective ways for us to do that. It's been something that's been brought up every year. City Council brought it up last night in their conversations, and they highlighted that we're paying $120 per officer. I know that I'm not saying that they're useless. I know that there has to be partnership, and that's why I brought up that we have a safety plan. We have state laws that require us to reach out to RPD when it's needed. But $1 million during a time that just the budget phase or a couple months ago, we were told that our children can't get social emotional support. But now we have $1 million for police. And so I'm not saying that they're not helpful, but what I am saying is that there's better ways that we could be using the money, and that some of the things that they're already doing, we shouldn't have to be paying extra for it, seeing that they already have a budget, seeing that they're already entitled, and part of their job is to protect the citizens of Rochester. And our children shouldn't have to pay an extra fee to be protected.
Commissioner Santiago, I do have a hand from Dr. Rosser.
Yeah, so to answer your question also, Commissioner Santiago, I agree with you wholeheartedly that we should explore alternatives. You know, we just had a conversation about the pre-K program and the curriculum and not being complacent with the status quo. And the status quo currently, of course, would be to maintain this particular contract with RPD. So I am saying that I agree with you wholeheartedly that we should explore alternatives. My concern at this point in time, as you and I have discussed, is what will be the plan of action if we were not able to move this forward. And I am willing, you know, throughout the next several months to work very closely, not only with RPD, but other partners in our community to explore what alternatives might be available to the Rochester City School District at a reduced cost, or at providing or obtaining the support from other community-based organizations to support us when it comes to the safety and security of our schools.
Thank you. Commissioner LeBron?
Thank you, and I'll be voting, and then I have to leave. Couple of things. I do want to just uplift some of the things that Commissioner Santiago was talking about. And then I do have to uplift that relationships with RPDs for children historically is the prison to school pipeline. And that is something that we have fought in this district for many, many years. RPD should not have access to our children, and high school juvenile fights should not lead to kids graduating with records or arrests or already attached to probation and youth juvenile detention, and that unfortunately is the cycle and system that we are trying to break. They should not be tied to the prison system in the schools or outside of the schools when they're leaving. You know, I think generationally people always forget. My mother she just turned 86. My mother had people fighting in her school. I had kids who fought. I fought in school, but I also had kids around me that fought. My daughter, who's going to be 30 this year, also had kids who fought in her school, and my daughter, who's 15 right now, still has kids. So I think we talk about these issues like they're universally brand new, and they're not. Now, society and lots of things have shifted. I would be cautious of guaranteeing with student safety, and that was the superintendent's remarks when he called you up. But I would caution that, because having RPD there has never prevented or stopped kids from fighting. When we had sentries, when we had school resource officers, and just for the record, because I know I have new colleagues who love talking about they were teachers. I taught in this district special education for a number of years before I got to this board. And I also want to uplift that my own mother was an educator for 40 years. So yes, when we're talking about education, this is not just me being a parent in this district now for almost 30 years now. This is real lived and well-researched and informed information coming out of this mouth. But with that said, I will never support, to Commissioner Santiago's point, paying for RPD to be outside during the same time that they're paid to be outside, whether that's in front of our school or it's not. does not prevent any violence. I will tell you, as someone who's spent the last 3.5 years every single day on Clinton Avenue, with police all over the place, does not prevent violence, doesn't prevent people from pulling out knives, doesn't prevent children from getting into fights or stabs right on Clinton Avenue in front of the police. So I just want to put that out there. And lastly, I get the sense that my board is going to be voting on curriculum based on beliefs and how they feel and what they think they saw, and again, highlight that there is no data and evidence. And yes, it makes me very sad, because what it feels like right now is a generational turn for me of removing all of my children from this district and encouraging other parents to do the same. But certainly, I do want to highlight that I will be monitoring whether our kids are successful, because what I heard was a lot of adults talking about how this curriculum is going to help teachers, help adults feel better, help adults feel like they have a grip. And not one time did I hear anybody, including the teachers on this board, say that curriculum was going to lead to our UPK and pre-K kids leaving and entering kindergarten ready to read, recognizing sounds, language, numbers, shapes, none of that. So I just want to put that on record, and with that, I'm done. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other, Commissioner Feynman?
I agree wholeheartedly with Commissioner Santiago. I am against police being anywhere near our children, especially with some of the things that are happening now with the curfew, non-curfew, and the lines and pepper balls that were being reintroduced into our community just 2 weeks ago. We don't need this in our community. We don't need this in our schools, and I agree. I just wanted to put that out there.
Thank you, Commissioner Feynman. I do want to weigh in on this. I do want to weigh in on this. I'll come to you, Commissioner McCullough, because I'm looking at some of this history with our Black Hawk security. I don't know if that's the same, is that who it is? I'm sorry, I'm talking to administration, that's okay. Is that who this is, RPD here, right? Or is it RPD strictly?
No, this is the Rochester Police Department.
Okay, all right, because I see how we entered in, and I think Black Hawk is like retired officers or something of that nature, and I'm looking at something from 2021 for $166,000 for them to be, for let-out times and things of that nature. I have to say that being a parent, former parent in this district, and my son, similar to what commissioners spoke about, the fighting, the things of that nature. If you grew up in Rochester, then you know what it is. I know Adam McFadden some years ago spoke about East High School. This is prior to the EPO and what have you, and the student suspension rates. This was a number of years. He was on city council at that time, and he spoke about our children leaving, graduating high school with records based on some of these police interactions. I know that to be a fact. I recognize the school-to-prison pipeline. I know that to be a fact. I know that third-grade classrooms are built on the Monroe County jail system and how many children can't read, and those are correlations that literacy lead into. I also recognize that my son, Dr. Scott, you know my son, and he was very colorful during high school. And I also remember a police officer who engaged him at one point and brought him into like the basketball games, and they gave him something to do. And he's still, as a almost 30-year-old man, he's 29 as of yesterday, that same police officer and him have a relationship. And unfortunately, that's just not doesn't always happen. But I did want to acknowledge that there's two things that happen. I know our kids have to be safe, and you brought up something real that we cannot unsee, and that was that viable threat in that baby's face on the doorsteps of, we call it Fidelia, I still call it Franklin High School. And that was viable. That was real. I do think we need to go in a direction because we have credible messengers in our community. We have folks that we can bring to the table, and I'm happy to hear that we're going to do that. I think we as a board need to make sure that happens. But I'm recognizing right now, as of July 30th, that next month is August, and then it's September. And these officers, or whatever the case is, we have athletic things coming up, all types of things that we have not planned for. So although we need a plan, and we certainly, I don't want to spend this kind of money. I think that was a viable point, Commissioner Santiago. We need to figure out what that looks like for 2027. Is this, how long is this contract? Is it a year or more? It's multiple years? It's not
It's
1 year?
an annual contract that we bring to the board annually.
We need to, before the annual comes up, if this moves forward, we need to have a plan in place to go in a different direction for the amount of dollars. Because something has to come out in the sand. But I want to open up for the other commissioners who may have thoughts.
So just real quick, not to harp on this, but I hear what other commissioners are saying, and I agree with them. I do think that the police in the buildings, around the buildings, and the surrounding areas of the buildings do pose a different type of threat for our children. In Alexander's, the new Jim Crow, she spoke about how the prison, the pipeline, is one of the major factors of incarceration for people that look like me, and that is a whole problem. I do know, and I like President Simmons said, we are at a period right now where we're so far close to the beginning of the school year starting that not really sure what we can do to get past this for this year, but I do believe that a new conversation, and like Isaiah said, an old conversation needs to happen. And it probably should start rethinking of what this looks like for our kids and in our district, because historically we all know in our community, we haven't been that great with police, and they haven't been that great with us. So bringing that extra level of stress into a already high stakes setting for our children isn't the best option. So I am looking forward to those conversations moving into the next school year. I just don't know where we are for now, and if it's something that we can actually avoid for this current school year.
Can you put something in the question log for me, Rahima, Clerk Nguyen, and just for administration to please provide maybe a timeline on when we can have those conversations, like if by November, March, or whatever that looks like, maybe March, and Commissioner Santiago, you weigh in, we can have some kind of plan. Vice President Malloy?
Commissioner Griffin.
Okay, all right, Commissioner Griffin?
You could go ahead,
Go
Commissioner
ahead.
Malloy, I'll go after you.
Commissioner Santiago has his hand up, just so you know.
I think it was back in 2020 or 2021, but I voted to remove police officers from our schools. Not because I didn't have a lot of respect for the work that SROs were doing in our buildings. In fact, the lived experience of my own children and their relationship with the SROs was always a very positive one. But that isn't the case. My children's lived experience is different from other children's lived experience. And there's trauma, right? And that my own children will never understand. So I was proud to cast that vote, but I have to agree with Commissioner McCullough that we do need some time to look at this. Commissioner Simmons also agree with you. More time to really put other measures, if needed, in place and really explore this issue in more depth. The school year is about to start. Thank you.
You said that's the second hand? Okay, before I go to second hands, I do see you, Commissioner Santiago. Is this your first hand?
Yes.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Griffin, then I'll come back.
I just have to say, I like that we're giving this more time, but didn't give more time to the teachers when it came to the curriculum. That flabbergastes me.
We're not done talking.
But I had to say that. But I'm going to move forward by saying that I would say that after looking at this budget and looking at everything respectfully that Commissioner Santiago has said, I really paid more attention to this time more than anything what was actually being done, and I looked at and reviewed the executive summary on these. I do believe that there is definitely an opportunity here for us to engage in a lot of outside organizations that help with our children, that also play a part in security as well, where they can come in and we can give them the jobs that the police have had, and they'll be able to have more of an influence on our children and level set there instead of seeing someone in a blue suit. I am not against officers, but I think that in this case, when we have them facing our children, there are other options out there. So I think for the first time, I'll probably be voting a no on these two, because I do think that there are other things that we can do to make a difference. And I wish that that was the same thing about other issues as well. But yeah, this is definitely something that I think I will be voting no on tonight for 87 and 88. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Santiago?
Yeah, just very quickly, if the resolution does pass tonight, I do request that there's language put in there that clearly states out that we will be moving towards a different plan for 2027, because we've had this conversation every year. I've brought this up every year since I've been on the board. And it's been a similar conversation to this, and then every year it comes back and we're surprised every single year. And so I just ask that we put language in there that makes it clear that if it does pass, that is for later conversation for us to change and move to another direction.
May I appeal to you, Commissioner Santiago, and your request may still stand, but maybe we can just, because I think we have a collective board appetite to have that conversation, and that we put it on record as a board directive that we would like to have that conversation. And Dr. Rosser, were you?
No, I was going to say I'll openly accept any sort of directive that the board may give myself and the administration in exploring alternatives throughout next year, so that when we come back next year, a month before school starts, that we have an alternative plan.
Can I partner with yourself, Commissioner Santiago, Clerk Nguyen, if you can capture that as that we have the appetite to move forward as a board directive, as Commissioner Santiago has suggested and would like to see, to have this conversation by March of 2027 before the contract is to be renewed, so that we can, does that work? So that would mean that work is happening in between this time. Commissioner, Vice President Malloy, if you'd like to state your.
So I'm getting direction from other board members, and I'm wondering if, not to put our student representative on the spot for this particular.
Speak up.
You can say no, but it's kind of a lot to put her on the spot like that. What are your opinions, if any, on this resolution before us, which is presence of RPD officers in proximity to students in our CSD?
And can we provide a point of clarity, because there's two different resolutions.
Exactly.
One resolution speaks to officers sitting in marked vehicles outside of our schools at before school and after school. The other resolution speaks to officers being present during sporting events as well as other school activities.
In my experience at SOTA, oftentimes police officers tend to not be there when fights happen, or there's often school staff getting involved in these events. And then I play volleyball, so I tend to be at not quite as high stakes games as like football games. So I can't really speak on police being at sporting events, but I would say that I feel that it's unnecessary to have police presence constant at arrival and dismissal, when I agree that the money could be going to supporting the students who may be having other issues that are being taken out in a violent way.
I love it. And to that point, and Commissioner Santiago's point, if those resources and relationships and community partners that exist are being poured into our students, we may not need the police as much. Thank you. So where are we? There was a few other resolutions. This is still open for any final questions regarding the resolutions that fall in this bucket of area for further discussion before we close out and take a vote. And that'll be Commissioner Griffin. Yes, I'm just going to say number. Microphone.
Resolution 119, I think that that's something that we need to address in an executive session. These are things that we talked about clearly that we needed to discuss and make sure that this area of tenure should be done collectively and reviewed and by the board, so we ensure that that is being handled am I mistaken? Because we did discuss that tenures will be done differently. We would not be just putting them on the resolution without thoroughly vetting each person before doing that. Go ahead, Dr. Rosser, because.
Yeah, no, you're
Go ahead.
correct. You're
Thank
correct
you.
when it comes to our tenure process. What we made an agreement on, and please correct me, colleagues, if I'm incorrect with this. What we made an agreement on was any administrator that would be up for tenure, we would take them through a process by which we agreed. The individuals under Resolution 119 are classroom teachers for the most part, and TAs, which we did not discuss having a process in place where each of these individuals, classroom teachers and TAs, would go through a process that we had mutually agreed upon.
I don't recall that. I will be voting no just because I want to ensure that we're doing this with fidelity. And once someone becomes a tenure in this district, it's hard, if they do something wrong, it's hard to change that. So I think that, and I'm not saying anything against the teachers themselves, because I think that everybody deserves the chance to become tenure in this district, but we know our history and we know things have happened. So I just want to make sure that we're crossing our T's and dotting our I's in some instances. I do believe that, so if you have a group with the social workers and everything on here, I think that, yeah, I don't think that we should have everybody grouped under one umbrella when it comes to tenure. I think it should be divided accordingly, separated, I should say. I don't think that they should be all under one umbrella with tenure. I think it should be separated, and that would help better. That would help me better, and I think it should be addressed differently. I do.
Okay.
Because I just do. And then
Okay.
my last thing was, no, because y'all, I want y'all to finish, because y'all do that to me, so I just thought I might get back at you. Okay, so 119, and then we have 113. And my concern is that I'm seeing, I have a concern about this, probably that shouldn't be discussed in an open meeting, but I have a very big concern about the appointments under this certified administration, and it's a continued appointment regarding the diversity within our group. In dealing with our special education, I want to ensure that we are addressing the males, the females, the people that we may have that are multilingual, black and brown. And I think it is very important that we start paying more attention to it, and I don't think we are. And then I would like to know, we have associate directors. I think that there's another, because every time you put a director onto an associate director.
Which resolution are we looking at?
On 113.
Okay, thank you.
We are giving them more money. So associate director is more money. So, I mean, is there another level below that we can be giving these individuals so they wouldn't be getting as much money if we're trying to do more with less? I mean, I just have a lot of problems with the actual, the titles and the amounts in the whole scheme of things. I think that we are getting away from what we have that is in our policies to make sure that we are right-sizing the district, and we have an equal balance between males and females in this district, and we still are not doing that. I'm seeing a lot of women. So I think that we need to right-size this district and make sure that we are hiring both, on both ends of the spectrum. Thank you.
Yeah, Commissioner McCullough.
Yeah, just real quick, when Dr. Rosser asked for the colleague, for people to say if that's what we were at, yes, what you said and what you stated was that we would look at the administrative positions, not necessarily the teacher positions, when we were looking at the records and for appointments and whatnot. I just wanted to confirm that he was correct with that.
Yeah, I was going to do that once we closed out.
Can I ask?
What, did you have anything, did you all have anything else? I do want to be careful that when we do talk about, you know, diversity and representation and things of that nature, that is extremely important in workplaces and in other spaces and things of that nature, but decisions are not made on those factors, and so that is an HR issue that is across corporate America, that is in education space, that is in any space. From an HR standpoint, you don't have a conversation based on those elements, so I do caution us to be mindful of that. I do see a hand by Vice President Malloy.
Yeah, just to piggyback off of what Commissioner McCullough just said, those were for administrative appointments. That was what my understanding had been. Although we can always ask to pull a resolution if there's concerns about anyone. We have the documentation that's included for us to look through prior to the meeting. But if we have some concerns, we can certainly. That's per our policies. We get things 48
Commissioner
hours
Griffin,
in advance.
we-
But
Just let-
please
let
don't
people-
interrupt me. I have the
please let
floor.
people
I
finish.
have the
I'm gonna
floor,
call
Commissioner
I'm going
Griffin.
to call the dais to order.
Thank you.
Because I don't like to use this gavel, but we're going to do that. I
Okay.
might get used to it.
Okay.
Please finish your comment.
Thank you. So you know, if there are concerns about any of the individuals on any resolution, we can ask for them to be pulled and go.
Commissioner Griffin. Listen, we're just going to allow her to finish. I know sometimes we painfully allow each other to finish, but
I'm
we
looking
allow her
down
to
the
finish.
dais at all my other
We're not going to
commissioners.
engage, and I'm going to
From
try
a-
my best to
Yeah.
follow suit. But
Okay.
finish your statement, please.
Yes, I can speak for myself. Thank you. We can pull any of, if we have concerns, and we have the documentation already in front of us. If we get a lot of these resolutions more than 48 hours in advance and have the opportunity to ask or inquire about individuals directly to our superintendent. So we have those opportunities. Yeah, I'm not going to address that. All right. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So it sounds like we're in a space where we are ready to take a vote. I'm not going to prolong a conversation if it's not going to be any more productive than what it is at this time. So with that said, time check, it is 9:03, and we have before us a plethora of resolutions. I don't even know if I can remember all the resolutions we're voting on, but I just want to make sure. We've already opened it, we had the discussion, and I think we know where we are. So, did you capture the no's? Because I think there were some no's that were stated up front, Clerk Nguyen. And so all in favor of resolutions 3, 6, 87, 88, 102 through 122, and the others added in
As amended. Yeah.
as amended.
I'm an L for 87 and 88.
Okay.
Okay.
You have that clarity?
I'm a nay for 87 and 88.
Okay. Okay, so we have 3 that are no's for 87 and 88.
I'm a no for 87, 88, and number 3. And I think we already did number 6, but yeah.
I'm sorry, did you say you were a no for
And
number
for-
6?
And for,
Did you say number 6 you were a no for as well?
Yeah, number 6. And I can't really, I don't want to discredit all those people at one time, so I'm gonna forego 119 because I can't, I don't want to take everybody out.
Commissioner Santiago, for clarity, were you amenable to the March, getting something together that starts to look at community partners for having additional services in March so that we can start the school year at least with some form of a plan?
If it passes, but if it doesn't, I'm a no to 87 and 88. And if it doesn't passes, then the administration gonna have to bring something back next month. So we have something for September.
Okay, do you have that? So it doesn't look like 87 and 88?
It won't carry, it's going to fail.
Okay, so 87 and 88, and then what other resolutions, did the rest of them pass or no?
We have a no from Commissioner Griffin for 3, 6, and 119. There's no other
And
no's.
3, 6, 119,
No for everything.
Okay, we got you.
Thank you.
and 118.
I've captured all the stated no's.
Okay. All right, so what I don't want to hear is these concerns around safety with no plan, and now when school starts, we don't have anything in place. So I do want y'all to understand that. And that we want to make sure that we start to look at what can happen here. And then with that, do we have the rest of the resolution? So all in favor, we've got the noes captured, so all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we have the oppositions, and that is that. I'm moving forward to, actually, I'm sorry. How do I remove, I do want to vote a no on a particular resolution. I'd like to amend my response to Resolution 122.
I'm going to defer to parliamentarian because you already closed out the vote. Just make
Okay.
sure you do this proper.
So technically, once the vote is taken,
Mm-hmm.
if you're part of only somebody from the prevailing side
Mm-hmm.
can bring the resolution back via motion for reconsideration. So my guess is that resolution passed.
Did.
So somebody from the prevailing side would have to bring it back for a motion for reconsideration.
Good.
If the motion for reconsideration passes, then the board can revote on it.
Well, I'm from the prevailing side, because
Oh,
I
you
voted
can
yay
vote on
on it, and I just realized I want to
Well,
reconsider
well, you
my
can
position on it.
You can introduce it via motion for reconsideration.
Okay.
If your colleagues are in agreement, it comes back up again, and it can be revoted on.
I do want to bring up Resolution 122 for reconsideration for myself.
Second?
Second by Commissioner Loy. All in favor? Okay. Yes, and I'd just like to
And then you
state,
can take a revote, so you motion it again and revote
yeah,
on it.
so entertaining the motion for Resolution 122, I do want to on record state no for that particular resolution.
So moved. And we need a second. Okay, so we're going to revote now on it.
Yes, so I'm a no on that.
I'm a no on that as well.
I'm a yes.
Yeah, she's a no
Beatrice
for
already said
everything.
no for everything.
All right, so you have that on record?
I'm still a
Thank
no,
you.
guys.
Yes, it still
Yeah.
carries 4-3.
Fine if it carries, but I just want it on record. All right, so we're moving into unfinished business. And at this time, we're going to turn the mic over to Dr. Rosser regarding Oracle.
Yeah, Mr. McDowell, can you please come to the microphone so we can expeditiously give an update on Oracle?
And I will put this out there. I'd love to see Oracle possibly turned into a written report for us to consider moving forward at some point. But thank you.
Okay, Superintendent, board members, thank you for your time today. We're going to start with the Oracle report as of April 23rd. And again, we usually just give you an update of how many issues or items that we were dealing with at that time. In April, let me put my glasses on because I can't see it. We had about 143 issues, and that was over about 20 weeks or so of work that we were taking care of at that time. When we moved to May 26th, that number decreased from 143 to 105. That would be the next slide, please. And again, you'll see most of our issues are not that people didn't get paid. It's that they have a concern or issue with their pay. And normally during a year, we do about 5,800 to 6,000 payments for payroll. And we, even 2 years ago, we would have a 1 to 1.5% delta. So these numbers here start to reflect that we're actually doing better than what we've done in the past. If you move to your June 17th report, it shows that that number went from 105 down to 51. Then our most recent payroll, which was last Friday, this is as of the 28th, our numbers are slightly higher. And most of that was due from the 17th. We had a group of individuals who, unfortunately, we did not get their time sheets in on time, so we had to offer most of them off-cycle checks. So, but the total for about 22 weeks here is a total of 80 individuals who had a concern with payroll. To give an update on where we stand, I have some really good news to share in regards to TRS. All of our TRS files for the whole year of 25-26 have been submitted and approved by the state. So all of our staff who are related or who are in the TRS system, they by early next week should see an updated file for their service time and their wages for the 25-26 year. In regards to ERS, we've been up to date with the ERS for the last couple months. So for both of them on service time and for salaries, we should be pretty close to having all of them done. You'll get some outliers, but for the most part, for TRS service time and for reportable salaries for last year, most of those should be up to date in the system, and people should be able to visualize and visually see them by Tuesday, Wednesday next week. For payroll, the data transition to the general ledger, have some other really good news. We're up to date with general ledger for all of your standard payroll. The substitutes and some of your consultants and some of your, not consultants, but some of your per diem people and individuals like that, we still have some reconciliations to do for them, and that was in our report earlier in the finance report. So we're getting really closer to general ledger reporting, which will allow us to get a better idea of how we stand financially. And I know many of the commissioners have expressed their concerns, and believe me, I've been living this for 9 months. I would really like to be able to put my fingers on how we're doing and then report out to our board. In regards to exploring other platforms, we conducted interviews this month. We will be looking to narrow down that group to a certain select few, and those decisions will be coming in the next week or so. The New York State Office of Audit Services, we're being audited by New York State also. We are in the midst of giving them all of the requested data that they've requested. We are meeting with them on a weekly basis, usually Mondays, sometimes Tuesdays, based on what vacation schedules people have. And we will continue to have those meetings and make sure they have all of the information they need as they conduct their audit from the 2021 to 2025 school years. Thank you.
Colleagues, any questions?
Thank you. The dais is open for any potential questions. Commissioner Feynman?
I just want to say thank you for all your hard work.
Any additional questions? Vice President Malloy?
Chief McDowell, are we still doing paper checks for employees as needed? Is that still happening?
Absolutely. Even this last payroll, we ran into a situation that was not payroll related, but we were able to determine that there were about, I want to say about 42 individuals who, for some reason, their checks did not generate. And we notified them on Wednesday, and on Friday, we had all 42 checks for those individuals.
So it's a pretty expedient process then? Because I know I hear a lot, and there's some people saying that they asked like a month ago for a paper check and they still haven't received it. I don't know if there's any validity to that, but they would have received a paper check?
Right, there are some outliers. I mean, we do process 6,000 paychecks every 2 weeks. So you're going to have some issues. And a lot of times now, most people say, well, it's Oracle. Well, we're to the point where it's not Oracle all the time.
Okay.
So are there some outliers? Yes. But for the most part, within 48 hours, we can get a check generated.
And just as a point of clarity, because Mr. McDowell said we process 6,000 checks every 2 weeks, he is correct with that, but just for the point of clarity, I know that he didn't mean this. That's during the school year. During the summertime, we don't process that many, but we do process a considerable amount of checks, but I just wanted to make sure that it was clear for the record, because I don't want anyone to simply misquote what Mr. McDowell meant by his statement of 6,000 paychecks every 2 weeks.
Right, but a summer employee, for instance, wouldn't have been told you have to wait until the next pay cycle or next month to get that reimbursed.
No, there's a few individuals throughout the district who qualify for an extra payment. There's nothing written in our contract that speaks to when that extra payment occurs. So there was an expectation that that payment was going to be received by several employees. We articulated to our employees that that payment would be August 7th. For some employees, that did not work for them, so therefore they began communicating that they were not being paid. So we are expecting to make sure that those payments go out on August 7th.
Thank you for that clarity. Thanks.
Any additional questions? With none at this time, Dr. Rosser.
That concludes our update. Thank you, Mr. McDowell.
All right. Okay, we're moving into second readings. And these readings are regarding policies 5110, 5152, 5152.1, 5210, 7000 series, 7000E1, 7010, 7050, 7500, and 7600. And so with these here, we are in the second readings and revisions. Once we work through these, they will move forward to the August business meeting for a vote. But right now is the time to take a look. If there's any concerns, questions, or thoughts around the policies as presented, changes that you would like to suggest. Okay, with no statements at this time, these policies will move forward to our August business meeting for a final vote. And so I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the revised policy. Well, we don't have any revised policies here, but 5152.1, there is something regarding the foreign students. This wouldn't happen during our first policy reading. There was a revision done. Am I correct in
Yes,
that?
so the revision was highlighted
There
in
we go.
yellow, that she's asking you to accept that language.
And it looks more like technical language. And so I'd like to entertain a motion or to use this language. Motion by Commissioner Feynman, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, moving into board protocols. Clerk Nguyen, I will turn this over to you. This is regarding final decision-making points from our previous discussion from the July 14th work session.
Yes, ma'am. So as you recall, at the July 14th work session, we went over a number of board protocols, and so what we did is just took back all that information, reorganize the PowerPoint to just show you where your areas of agreement are, and then what things are remaining to be decided, and then what the next step will be in relation to it. So looking at the board question log, everyone was in agreement with the new format. The questions that remained, though, was around moving from a 48-hour deadline to a 72-hour deadline, 3 business days. And then the second question was posed is, how is the administration calculating the time needed to gather a response? So President Simmons, for the first section, about the 3-day versus 2-day response time, that would be a decision for the board, and I guess have the administration weigh in on, and explain how it is they're calculating the time required.
Administration's going to weigh in on it?
No, so first you all were having a discussion related to if you wanted to stay with the 48 hours or the 2 business days response time, or move it to
Oh,
the
I thought we
72.
made that up. You're talking about with the 11 days and all that good stuff, right? Oh, and the question log.
This is about the
never
question
mind.
log specifically,
Yep, this is
yes.
about that time. It's 9:20 time check. This is when it happens, guys. All right.
So the question to the board is, do you want to move from 48 hours to 72-hour response time?
I think that was the appetite then, and so I'll ask my colleagues. I'm amenable, and I see head shaking yes. There's 4 of us on the dais, and so
Okay.
there it is.
So then the second portion is for the administration to weigh in and explain how it is that they calculate the time required to gather responses.
Ask that again? I'm sorry.
How is it that the administration calculates the time it takes
yeah.
to respond to a question log?
Well, can they provide clarity?
Chief Wilson?
Yeah, so there's a lot of variance in the variables that we use to determine how long it will take. Usually speaking, what takes the longest is when the response has to be, either data has to be created, tables and such have to be created, and there has to be dialogue between departments. So it might not be not just one person that's sitting in front of a computer taking 4 hours, but the response might need to be checked across a couple departments. And so what we consider is the amount of time for each person to perhaps put in. We also consider if there is a data source that's asked for that has to be created. And so, as you know, trying to analyze and create tables, pivot tables, and things of that nature might take additional time. And so it just varies on what the question is asking. And sometimes we have dialogue as to how long it'll take as well. So we'll discuss, well, what's going to take you this long? Maybe you should do it this way. I often try to support cabinet members in ensuring that certain priorities get done, but we also keep commissioners' questions at the forefront as well.
Okay, thank you for that response. Does that clarify anything for colleagues? What I do have to do at this time is recognizing that although we have a quorum, we do need to take a brief recess to use the facilities or something of that nature, right? And so we can't do that with people missing from the dais. So we're going to have to call a recess so that we can do that and then return. I'm going to give 3 minutes. It's 9:23. We'll reconvene at 9:26, okay? Thanks. Oh, entertaining a motion to take a recess? So, okay, second and third, you got them? All in favor? Aye. You know, I could have just said, oh, yeah, a recess, and then everybody say, yeah. Thank you. We took a brief recess, and welcome back to the Rochester Board of Education Business Meeting. Time check, it is 9:27. Today is Thursday, July 30th, and we are reconvening our conversation. Clerk Nguyen, the mic is yours.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Okay. So the next, oh, I'm sorry, President Simmons, was the board all set with
Yes.
Chief Wilson's response? Okay. Next is you all discussed school and department visits. These three items were kind of left out there. There was a discussion around the use, about personal uses, or excuse me, personal visits versus what it means to be in official capacity. And so there were some statements related to the board, just clarifying and defining that for themselves. And then additionally, you all considered policy language updates for this, and so I'll switch over to the next screen so you can see. So the yellow is the highlighted item, and as you all recall, this was offered by your CGCS coach, Cindy. And so if the board is accepting of this language, this would be added and amended, amended in the communications protocol, as well as policy 2111.1, and they'd ask for expedited.
So I know there was some concerns around the way this read, and some interpretation of it was almost as if we were asking for permission, although there is a protocol to following schools and that we should be following as commissioners as far as the request and the 72 hours in advance, that written request. And because the building leader may have something going on that is just not, just like if I'm coming to your house, I can't just, because I feel like I should be there, that I can show up necessarily. But we will, we will go, but I think they've got delineated language, but I think there was conversation around the if allowed to visit piece.
You're correct. That was removed, and you all opted to just use the statement, is subject to the same policies and protocols that a community member must follow.
Okay, so that's no longer in there. So the fact that it still appears here, you just want our final blessing on that?
Yes, correct. So
Okay.
you can see what it looks like.
All righty. That's fine, as long, and is there confusion by commissioners who are struggling to delineate what an official visit is versus what a personal visit is? Like are people able to compartmentalize that?
Oh, the way I understood that conversation was you guys got clarity on the personal visit, but I recall the official capacity question was more related to kind of just this whole policy around it. And in your official capacity, you're supposed to go to schools, but no real guidance around what it is you're doing there and
Okay.
what that means, not the word.
Yeah, and I do like that it lets folks know that we're not talking about the closet over here and we got missing things. Okay, that's good.
So I hear that 4 board members are in agreement to this, is that what? Okay. And moving right along, so board meetings, just to kind of summarize where you all left off at. You were considering option 3, which I'll show you on the next screen in a moment, but that is where on the second week, you would have a Tuesday operations work session and a Thursday academic work session. No meetings the third week, and then the fourth week, you would have a Tuesday speaker forum and a Thursday business meeting. As previously agreed upon, meetings will be made live the first Friday of the month, which is at least 11 days prior to the work session where you review resolutions. The board did discuss and decide that executive sessions, when necessary, would be held at 5 p.m. You all would have a hard stop, so your meetings still start at 6 p.m., and the speaker forum will continue at the 5:30 start time. And then finally, once you all make a decision around this, you would need to update the communications protocol as attached to board docs and expedite the amendment of policy 2300, which is your bylaws. So just going back to your meeting schedule so you can see it, your current schedule is option 1. Option 2 was also discussed, and option 3 is where most commissioners wanted to land.
All right, let's open that up for discussion and see where we are, if we're in the same space or not. I have to be extremely transparent with my colleagues, and that is that I went back and looked at option 3. That in no way, shape, or form is going to work for me with my schedule and other commitments that they're not just willy-nilly things. They are commitments that I am not able to wiggle out of, so this would not work for me. I also just want to bring to attention, we're here tonight, and that's another problem I have with that. So I don't even respect a decision to go with this option, and when we're not, we may pick or choose when we're going to be here. What I do know, Commissioner McCullough, you brought up something last time that I thought it kind of makes sense, is that one thing we're on is this meeting schedule here, and it's kind of been working for us. What hasn't worked for us is the cadence in which some of these resolutions have come forward. And so there's been adjustments made by administration to answer for that, to kind of build in a little more time to support commissioners' work. Let's give that a chance to see how that goes, and then maybe revisit this conversation. But I'm willing to align with that. I did see your hand. Option one for me.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate what I said from the very beginning. Option one, I thought even coming onto the board that the whole thing was to reduce the number of meetings that were being had, and that actually adds meetings, and that's not even considering any special meetings that will be happening or taking place. So now we're looking at even more meetings. So I don't know how that fits into what that discussion was prior to me getting on the board, but if it's reducing meetings, then option 2 or 3 would not be the correct one. So I'm still going with option 1.
Commissioner, Vice President Malloy?
Thank you. I'm in agreement with that. I initially, at that meeting, had said I was in favor of option 2 or 3, that I was open-minded. And the reality is, I don't think that, well, considering like we need a quorum of people who are in person to make that happen. I think there are other options to like explore our policies about, Zooming in, et cetera. I think the burden of having people who are always here to make quorum can be pretty difficult at times. I mean, we just had to take a restroom break and pause the entire meeting because we wouldn't have had quorum otherwise. I think by going with option 2 or 3, we're kind of opening a can of worms. And we have to also consider the staff that would be required, and they would potentially have an increase in their time as well. If we respect what these professionals do, we have to understand that, we're almost here until, it's already 9:30. They already put in a long day. And are we doing our best work, when we stay so late? So I think we need to get better and more efficient on how we're running our meetings. But I would like to revert back or make sure we stay with option 1. Thanks.
Commissioner Feynman, I know last time you said you do that. Let's hit the iron while it's hot. And I would say, as far as efficiency with meetings, I do want to see us add times to the meetings so we can get through these redundant conversations. With that, we're landing on option 1, it sounds like.
Thank you for that. And then lastly, just related to your board bylaws, you all will need to, and the request, there's a resolution out tonight, 123, to expedite the amendment of the board bylaws by foregoing the 3 readings, and you would be updating the work session and speaker forum schedule. I just want to note that even though you decided to stick with your current schedule, that was never updated and cemented in 2300, so that change will just be reflective of what Schedule 1 is, just so you're aware. That you wanted to include the consent agenda process in the board bylaws, and then you all made some adjustments to the meeting order of business that was all discussed in the work session.
Okay, do we got speaking times in there?
No, so that was something that you all had on that agenda, and at that time decided not to move forward with, and I believe you're referring to the reduction of commissioners' times from 5 minutes to 3.
That's something to do with Robert's rules? Okay, so Commissioner McCullough, you brought up something with Robert's rules that evening regarding speaker times, and just based on tonight, I'm telling you, including me, because I'm long-winded too, I got to point my thumb back at me, it's painful. Although some conversations are necessary, I don't know if they're necessary for 5 and 10 minutes, but there was something you brought out that actually was validated, and I just want to make sure I'm correct in that understanding. Can you restate that?
Well, the conversation was that the max amount or the minimum amount of times that we have based off Robert's rules on how long we can speak. And one commissioner, Commissioner LeBron, stated that it was 10 minutes, but the reality is that we can speak. It's up to the board to determine, and it can be anywhere from 3 minutes to 10 minutes on how often, how long a commissioner or someone gets to speak. And so what was at hand was, should we go down to 3 minutes to speaking time, and that is perfectly fine and it's actually doable within Robert's rules?
We have a parliamentarian. I'd like to double down and make sure that we have the correct understanding because I don't want to move in a direction that's not proper or validated.
Right, so Robert's rules gives us a certain amount of time that a member can speak, but the board's by its bylaws have said that it's 5 minutes. So the board can reduce it, right? The board can reduce it to 3 minutes because the whole point of Robert's rules is unless you have some other formal, policy or protocol that covers it, then it defaults to Robert's rules. So I think Robert's rules was brought up to make a point about how much time should be given, but it's ultimately the board's decision. Just in the same way that the board says 5 minutes in the bylaws, the board could change that in the bylaws. And we're talking about speaking time for commissioners.
Commissioners, I mean, they might as well align with the community. We only allow the community to speak. Either we let them speak for 5 or we speak for 3 like them. Go ahead, Vice President Malloy.
Thank you. So if we're changing the board bylaws, though, that would require a majority vote, not just, or not, a supermajority vote.
That's right, you would require at least 5 votes.
To make that change. Thank you.
Now, is that an education law? We gotta go double check that. But I do want to keep that on the table as a space. I'm not sure if you catch me, Clerk Nguyen. And then, was there anything else in this matter here?
No, this presentation would just ask that you all vote. However, Vice President Malloy has accurately stated that without 5 votes, you can't make any of the changes to your bylaws.
But we can vote on the other pieces that we were discussing, which was where'd my presentation go? The meeting agenda, right? None of that's in the bylaw, so we're good.
So that goes in the bylaws, so no, you can't if there's not 5 votes.
The meeting agenda is not in the bylaws?
No, it is, but to update the bylaws, you need 5 affirmative votes.
Right, but is the meeting time agenda in part of the bylaws?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so hold on then. How are we having this conversation if we can't have this, why are we having this conversation?
So you still have 2 commissioners online who could come off camera and vote if they chose to. So you're having the discussion because it was on your agenda and you said on the 14th that you will follow up. But if 5 people are not going to vote in the affirmative, you can't do anything. However, I do have a question to parliamentarian because several meetings ago, the board did change and swap the speaker forum and the work session, and that was never put into the bylaws where that's also at. And so even though there's not 5 members here, that is the calendar the board's adopted and the meeting schedule in which they've been meeting on. So I don't know how you would suggest to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It
address that.
seems like inconsistent. So with a meeting practice or schedule, if we voted on that, we didn't vote on that.
You did not vote on it through your bylaws. You voted, yes, on the calendar to change it that way.
Okay, and so the meeting schedule that we're on now,
Option 1.
okay.
I just have one quick question about that. Are we talking about changing executive session in option 1 still for a 5 o'clock executive session?
I think there was an appetite to try to change the executive session, to still change the executive session to come in at 5 o'clock so we could get work through that for a 6 o'clock start for the meeting. But then it was about the meeting cadence. Would we be doing?
I
Yeah.
just was looking for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you.
So my answer would be if there is a protocol spelled out in the bylaws, that's the board's agreement about how we'll operate, then it should be changed via the bylaws, via the supermajority vote. If there are ancillary things that are just kind of connected, right? Because some things might be a result of something in the bylaws, but not specifically spelled out, then I think then there is some discretion in how that is operationalized.
Okay.
So, I think it depends on exactly what we're speaking about.
I think my main thing right now would be the meeting schedule. So is it or isn't in the bylaws?
The meeting schedule is listed in the bylaws.
But
No. Okay, so yes, the board's meeting schedule is in the bylaws. When you all did option 1, though, we did not update the bylaws at the same time because there were other items coming and to do it all as one bundle. So the meeting schedule is technically in the bylaws, but it needs to be updated to reflect option one. Did I answer your question?
It does, but it doesn't, because how do we update the bylaws to reflect option one? If you
Yep,
need,
so either Commissioner Griffin or Commissioner Santiago, who are both still on Teams, can come on to camera and on audio.
but we
so
can't even change it to option three either then.
You can't make any changes to your bylaws.
Can't do anything
without.
to it. Oh, okay.
Right.
I would personally like
believe
to see it in
yeah.
resolution, a separate resolution before I vote on it.
Can you repeat that, Commissioner Santiago? We weren't able to hear you.
I was saying I would like to see it in resolution before I vote on it. It's a little too confusing right now between the conversation of bylaw, not bylaw, and then also what's being mixed with it. I don't agree with the 3-minute time limit, so I don't know what all we're supposed to be voting on right now.
No, we're not talking about the 3 minutes. We're only talking, so the 3 minute is a moot point at this point. We're only talking about the board meeting schedules. And so the suggestion was to stick with the schedule we currently have and allow for the changes the administration is going to make to get the information to us sooner, to see how that plays out.
And Commissioner Santiago, to address your concern, this resolution is Section 12, Item F, Resolution 123.
Okay, sorry, I didn't see that. All right, I agree with just sticking with our current schedule.
Praise
Hello,
God.
I got my
Commissioner
hand
Griffin
up.
just,
So what we, but to your point, Commissioner Santiago, we are not addressing the 3-minute rule. That's moot, and that's only the meeting schedule currently.
Oh my God.
All right, are there any other hands on the dais?
Commissioner.
No other hands? I'm sorry, Commissioner Feynman, did you have a question? No? Okay. All right, Commissioner Griffin?
What the hell is going on?
Commissioner Griffin, we can't hear you if you're speaking to us.
Clerk Nguyen, are we done with this part of the conversation?
She just fell off, so she's no
Okay, that's
longer
fine.
online.
Are we done with this conversation? Let's move on to the next piece. It
You
is
didn't take a-
9:45.
You didn't take a vote. I know Commissioner Santiago expressed that he would support. Just so you know, you need to amend the Resolution 123 because it reflects option 3 for your schedule, which is what you all had discussed.
123?
Yes, so Resolution 123, which is in Section 9,
There we
Section
go.
12,
I'm
letter
too far
F.
out. Okay, there we go. And
Thank you.
you said that's in Section 9?
No, Section 12, letter F.
My papers are, this is just getting to be quite the experience. Letter F, okay. All right, so requesting a motion to amend the board bylaws by passing the required 3 readings for Resolution 123. All in favor? That's a motion.
A motion to amend first.
Motion to amend it. Passing the required, letter E, based on, okay. So yeah, so we're amending it to reflect the 26-27 board meeting calendar? Is that the one you're talking about?
No, so you want to amend Resolution 123 to reflect the board will keep the meeting schedule it currently has. So
Okay, so I was looking at the right one, letter F. Okay, so amend it to keep it. Okay, thank you for your patience with me. All right. So that's a motion
Hello,
to do that?
I have my hand up. Nobody's real like recognizing me.
Motion to do that?
you all need to get a
Okay, so a motion by Vice President
Second.
Malloy, second by Commissioner Feynman. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Yeah, Isaiah said aye.
so now are we on letter G, meeting topics?
No, now you need to, you just amended the resolution, so now
Okay.
you need to approve it as amended.
Okay, Lord. All right, so entertain a motion to approve the Resolution 123 as amended.
Motion?
Motion by Vice President Malloy, second by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
We can't hear.
Now are we on meeting topics?
Commissioner Griffin is waving.
Are we on meeting topics now?
Yeah, yes.
I've been I've been waving my hand. I've been doing, can you hear me?
We can hear you now. You fell off. You were not on the
Okay.
feed anymore, so you're
Yeah,
back on the
I
meeting. Can
was.
I help you with
I was
something?
on here waving my hand with my hand up. I'm waving my hand.
I
Then
understand.
I
Commissioner
put my hand up.
Griffin?
And I was talking about the meeting.
Okay,
I've been doing all of that. Then the phone went out. I came back in and the same thing is going on. I've been screaming. Jesus. I was trying to talk to y'all about the meeting on Monday on the first one we selected because we never did it. When the last meeting we had collectively said that we were going to do, I think it was number 3, and now we changing it to number 1. I don't
No,
get that.
no,
All we doing
no, this is a policy process. So as you were over policy, so you recognize that policy goes through a first reading, a second reading, and before it goes final to a vote. And so during those open readings, you have the opportunity to revisit the policies, to amend them, to make changes until you are comfortable for a vote. And so that's the process we went through per policy. We have moved on in the conversation. Rahima, just give me some direction, because I'm 9:48 in. It's been about 4 or 5 hours. And are we on the handbook? No. Are we on the board town halls?
No, you're on meeting topics where you all were going.
Oh, Lord.
There's 2 attachments.
Okay, I think I'm trying to get out the meeting. That's what I'm trying to do. So we have moved on to letter G, the meeting topics. And this is a work session. If you want to just kind of break down what this was designed to do, basically the meeting topics, the clerk went way in for me, is to address a series of topics administration would be presenting to us. Oftentimes, we've expressed not knowing what we were going to be discussing. So based on reports that are required by New York State, progress monitoring, and so on, these meeting topics have been presented in the calendar for us to consider. Who else would be, is Dr. Rosser or someone else?
Yes, ma'am, you captured that perfectly. There are a couple questions to your point around if Oracle will continue to be a presentation or written report. But this was really just to give the board a snapshot of what to expect, understand when data and agenda items would be coming forth. I do just want to point out to you that if you're looking at this, you're going to use the first attachment, which is the joint session, which is the calendar that you just decided on. There are a couple months where there's quite a few agenda items, and so, there might be some conversation around balancing some of these things a little better.
So one, it shows joint work sessions and what those would look like. That means academic as well as operational resolutions are included in there. And then we have a different meeting topic schedule, which would consist of having academic discussions at one point.
So you don't need to use that, that was just given because
That
we
was
didn't
if we
know
went with that
which
other
meeting
option.
schedule
Got
you
you.
would go with.
So it is just the first one, the meeting topics, the joint board meeting topics. Any questions or clarity or concerns from what you see?
I have
Commissioner
a
McCullough?
question real quick, if I can. I can? I gotta wait for her to acknowledge me. I have a question real quick.
What's your name?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
didn't even hear you, I was waiting for you. So with the joint, we're looking at the joint one, correct? The joint work session, just to make sure I'm looking at the right one, not the split one?
Correct. sir.
Yes, the joint.
And each of these dates, so like in August, where it has the 4th, the 11th, the 18th, the 27th. Okay, 27th, so it's, okay, perfect, never mind, I'm good. I had to read it over again. I had to read it out loud.
Okay. All right, and so with that, we're going with the joint work sessions. It sounds like, now, Clerk Nguyen did want to bring to our attention, because we do have concerns at times, that there's several months that have lots of items in them. Particularly, I see some in August, and you'll see some again in October, December. And those are key points of the year, so there might be heavier topics, but any concerns on that or suggestions? Because these are on a timeline based on, when certain things are happening too, I'm assuming. Did you want to weigh in? Who created this?
So this is a joint effort that I have started using 2 years ago with administration just to track what was being provided. When we had many committees, each committee kind of had its own calendar, then we put it together. So always share it with administration and have some weigh-in from cabinet. Obviously, the state monitor's plan gets taken in consideration, any policies, legal requirements, the strategic plan, all of those things.
Yeah, so let's look at December 15th particularly. That's got a ton of them. Just wanting to understand, those are just a bunch of, can administration weigh in, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to open up these things. So Chief Wilson, can you grab the microphone and assist? So what we wanted to do, because there's been a lot of conversation amongst the governance team about not receiving updated information. As I've shared previously, the administration is working hard, and we continue to work hard to change the conditions by which our students are not succeeding. And in doing so, we want to make sure that along the journey that we're keeping the commissioners up to date on various topics that commissioners have articulated that the administration is not keeping the board informed. So what we decided to do was to come up with a calendar of topics in which we would hope that the commissioners would agree upon, so that when it comes to comments that administration is not keeping the commissioners abreast, that we can eliminate those conversations and that we can keep the commissioners abreast of the efforts that administration is engaging in our transformational efforts here in the district.
Yes, so to piggyback off of Dr. Rosser, Clerk Nguyen and I have kind of combed through all the deliverables in the policy, all the deliverables in the academic and fiscal plan, in addition to some of the requests by commissioners. And so what you see here before you is a consortium of presentations that either are coming from the academic and fiscal plan recommendations, also are included in the board policies, and then in addition to some of the requests of commissioners, we've added some presentations along the way, as Dr. Rosser informed, to just keep you abreast on how we may be doing in some areas that might not be articulated in progress monitoring reports.
Thank you, Commissioner McCullough.
Okay, so I was reading it out loud before, but now actually I'm seeing this. So in later, down in like 27, January 27, April of 2027, there's like 4 dates for 4 separate time periods within that month. Is that correct?
The way the document is put together is your first column is your speaker forum and your bi-monthly superintendent update and any public hearings. The second column is your work session. The third column is your business meeting. And the fourth column is just written reports that you receive at that business meeting.
Okay, and so with some of these I noticed that there was a comment made in December and November where it says these are repeated.
Yeah.
Like it's listed twice. There's a few spaces where there's things listed twice. So does that mean that if it's done in one meeting, it won't happen in the second? Or is that saying that it could happen in both of them? Like what exactly is that indicating for me?
Thanks for asking that. So the reference you're making is to community schools, and it's listed twice. It should only be listed once, so need to figure out when. But several other items, such as like budget book design or legislative priorities, those typically happen across 2 meetings. I do believe that I included on perhaps 3, and that third one says if needed in parentheses.
And with these different categories, is there, so I know these are kind of like foreshadowing what could be expected. Could any of these go away, and then could more be added?
Yeah, most certainly. So the thing that we wanted to do was to engage the commissioners in a conversation about what would commissioners like to hear from administration. So we want this to be a joint sort of decision, because we want to be prepared to provide updates and presentations on things that commissioners feel the most passionate about. We don't want to be in a situation where commissioners are not in the know and administration is being attacked because we just don't have a system and structure in place at this moment to be able to keep the commissioners abreast as we continue to move a lot of things forward to transform this district.
Okay. Thank you again for reiterating that. And then, so my question would be, so like I'm looking at this in February 9th, it has curriculum adoption process, right? So can you, like when you guys were deciding that could be something that commissioners potentially might want, what would that look like when we're talking about the adoption of curriculum? Are you going to be introducing new curriculum during this time, or are you going to be walking us through that process of introducing new curriculum?
Yeah, one of the things that we wanted to do, particularly with what we've experienced as of recent and tonight, we want to be more methodical in how information is presented and when information is presented. So for this particular piece here, for February 9th, what we're saying is that we would like to bring forward, if there's going to be any new curriculum adoptions that will be after February 9th for the 27-28 school year, that we will bring those presentations to the board at that February 9th meeting.
Now, and I like that because that helps us be on target, right? It's going to help us. But my concern is that, I love the idea, is that when things come up, and we know things come up, right? And sometimes we can't control, and it's out of our control. By saying that, and then in May, we see something about curriculum adoption, that causes other concerns. But I guess that's something we got to see that happens when it comes up.
Yeah, we want to make sure that, and this is going to be a working document. You know, this will be, right, it will, yeah, it'll be a living document, working document. So the thing is, we wanted to put out dates because when it comes to the team, and we all know that the team is always hard at work dealing with the daily operational needs of the district, we want to be able to share, and I'm going to use Jacob Scott as an example, that if Jacob Scott knows he has a presentation in February, that he can begin planning for that presentation in February versus us having conversations during a board meeting where a commissioner says, well, I would like to get a presentation on this, and he only has 2 weeks or 3 weeks to then turn around the presentation. So this gives us the ability to organize our schedules and our minds around, if I have a presentation in February, I know that I need to be doing A, B, and C over the next several months to be able to then have a very well and robust, presentation to then deliver to the commissioners. In addition to that, it also gives us the opportunity to also provide that presentation with more advance so that you're not then getting presentations when we go live. We can provide that presentation a lot sooner so that the board members could then review the presentation before it's actually delivered and prepare questions.
Thank you.
Any additional questions, thoughts, concerns? All right. So the meeting topics, do we need to vote on that?
Yes, please.
Motion, requesting a motion to, for the meeting topics in front of us to adopt those as amended.
So moved.
Or presented, should I say. Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay. I'm going to turn it over to you, Commissioner McCullough, at this time to talk about the work that's been happening with the ad hoc committee. Again, I want to put that on record as far as the inception. The work of the board is to not micromanage or to pretend to, let me be correct in how I come. The work of the board is to look at governance and the operations of our governance team. But we do not operationalize the district. We should not be micromanaging administration, but really questioning how we are looking at governance. Some of that includes updating our policies. And so this work came together after several conversations around the misalignment of many of the board policies. And so I'd like to turn the mic over at this time for you to provide update and the direction you all have gone in.
Thank you, President Simmons. So to update us, Board Clerk has gone through and added the updated language for the proposed language that we discussed at the last meeting. Those are highlighted. She captured those on each of the proposed policies that needed to be changed. So the information is there, the language is there. I'm assuming at this point, if there is no objections to what is there, we push this forward to the next step, correct? Correct. Okay, so is there any, I guess the floor is open for discussion. If anybody has any objections or discussions, comments, or points to be made of the proposed language and what's been highlighted and captured by Clerk Nguyen.
I do have a clarifying question. So if I remember correctly in reading this, there would be a change in superintendent regulations, and all superintendent regulations would then need to be approved by the board. Is that still? Okay. And I'm asking the board whether or not that is necessary and whether or not that would.
So we did look at the language there, and when we said to significantly impact student outcomes, I believe that was the language that was required there to make it board approved. If it wasn't something that impacted the impacted student outcomes, resource allocation, or implementation of board goals, then I don't believe it was approved by the board. And correct me, Clerk Nguyen, if I'm wrong with that, but I believe that's what that says, right?
Yes, the language does include that
Okay.
resource allocation or implementation of the board goals.
Okay. If there are no other questions, what do I do now? No. I don't have any. If there's no other questions, I guess what we motion to move it forward. Okay.
Would it be taking a vote at the August meeting on my
Yeah, so they're asking, we're asking just to align these for the start of the school year and everything else, that you guys would expedite this. So instead of following like the full policy process, that you would forward it out that you would forward this out to your August meeting in compliance with your policy, and it's going to be voted on in October. Correct.
Okay, got it.
If there's anything that comes up between now and then we do have the opportunity to raise
Yes.
those concerns and get that clarity or.
So it could be revisited, is what? Okay. So I guess right now we're moving to take it to the next meeting.
Yeah.
Motion to
For them
move
to the
forward.
August business meeting.
So moved.
All right. So Vice President Malloy, President Simmons, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Was that fun?
Four of us up in here.
Yeah, we'll go with it.
All right.
Thank you for overseeing this and for the work that you all are doing. Sometimes fresh eyes and fresh perspective can help things move forward. All right, so it's 10 o'clock and we have Board of Education town halls, and what I will say is that our community facing, we're talking about everybody else being in the community. We need to be out in the community. We need to be hearing from people. And so I do want to see us get into that work. It's only 5 slides. If I can be concise with myself, maybe I can get through it. But the purpose of the town halls, again, is for us as a collective board to get out, hear from the community, and get their take on different topics that inform how we understand the work we're doing. My initial thoughts are that we consider somewhat of a quarterly meeting, so maybe a fall, winter, spring, a back-to-school type of thing, and the locations would potentially take place in schools. We could do these in person, and we may even offer some virtual options in between. Invitations would be sent, but I would love for us to maybe plan this together as a board and what these could look like. So the conversation is starting, but all of us would have an opportunity to weigh in and shape how we as a board show up and potentially present town halls to the community to, again, inform the community around the work that we're doing, relevant to the board, but also hear from the community as we continue to connect with their vision. So the slides are in front of you. It's only a few of them, wanting to hear the board's appetite in taking a look at this.
Yes.
Okay. And I know CGCS recommended, and I'm not seeing the screen at all, or are there any hands or anything like that?
No, there are no
Okay.
hands at this time.
Okay. And with that said,
You open it up.
open for discussion.
Commissioner Santiago did just raise his hand.
Okay, yes, Commissioner Santiago?
No, just wanted to say fully in support and would love to help however you guys see fit. Would love to be in support of planning and organizing.
Awesome, awesome. Any other thoughts?
I have a concern.
Okay, Commissioner Malloy?
So with a town hall type setting, would that only be up to 3 commissioners at one town hall? Or we don't want to violate, open meetings laws? So we have to think about what that looks like. Are all 7 commissioners going to be at these town halls? Otherwise, it's an official meeting and we have to broadcast it. So what are those, we have to consider
Yeah,
those
so it
types of
may
things.
be, and that's what our planning will indicate, but if we were to do it at a school, for example, let's take Loretta Johnson Middle School as an example. I think we had something prior at that particular school. We were in the cafeteria, we had round tables. Each table can have discussions, and commissioners would be rotate around tables and have these ongoing discussions with community members. If it's going to be the full board or not, we'll weigh in with Adrian at some point to find out if it needs to be 3 or if the full board can be there and what that looks like. But we would need to establish a timeline for when we want to do these. But, and I'm thinking possibly November. That gives us time to plan and think. Adrian, were you going to weigh in?
I think the board would have to be pretty kind of creative and disciplined. I think it'll be pretty much any meeting that the majority of the board comes together for the discussion of business, the meeting becomes an open meeting. So there are some definite potential pitfalls if that's not what the board intends. So the easiest solution is just 3 commissioners, but I think, we can put our heads together and see if there's any other alternative. It's an alternative not coming to me right now.
Yeah,
but
not at 10 o'clock.
I'm happy to talk it over with the board.
Okay. Yep.
So just to what you just said, part of these, or the purpose of some of these meetings is to help educate the public about what student outcomes focused governance is and the role of the board, governance versus management, so that the community has a better understanding of that. So we're not technically conducting board business per se. We're not discussing particular policies or initiatives within the district. But if we're just educating about what student outcomes focused governance is there some leeway there?
But you're talking about the way by which the board goes about making decisions.
Okay.
And who the board works with, to be educated yourselves and things of that nature. I think I think that would probably cross the line, but I could see there being some gray area. Again, the easiest thing is just have 3 commissioners there, but I think we have some time to go over it in detail, put a plan in, and maybe see how much wiggle room or creativity we have.
Thank you.
Okay. And I definitely want the community to bring their voice. Okay, so with that, we'll start planning, so entertaining a motion to move forward with the planning of the Board of Education town halls. I'll work with Clerk Nguyen so that all commissioners are involved in the planning of these town halls. Moved by Vice President Malloy, seconded by Commissioner McCullough. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, and now we have a professional development report. What is that?
It's for you or Dr. Rosser to talk about your time at PELP.
Oh,
Email.
help. Did you know that was coming up? Okay, well, it was fun. I mean, it was so refreshing And I'll let administration weigh in, because it was really their wheelhouse. It was really the work that administration will be doing to look at systems and to work with other districts around a problem of practice. Every district identified their own problem of practice, and then they connected with other surrounding districts who may have had similar issues, but different problems of practice. And we sharpened each other's swords, and the work was focused, and it was about children, and it was about progress, and it was refreshing. And I really learned a lot hearing from everyone. So I was just a little fly on the wall, though, because administration was in there, and it was beautiful to see some principals were at the table, principals that are in the schools doing this work. Our chief of staff was there. Some of our administration and cabinet members were there. So, Dr. Rosser, did you want to weigh in on some
Yeah,
of that?
we had the opportunity. We were invited to the Harvard Business School Executive Education annual convening around school districts coming together to identify a problem of practice. We had 8 individuals, including our board president, join us to be able to work through developing a framework by which we would identify ways in which we can better support teacher feedback. Chief Wilson, do you want to elaborate on what I just shared?
Yes, commissioners, we worked hard together. They work you hard over at PELP and Harvard campus. And we went over some data and talked about what's important for us in terms of changing outcomes for students and providing feedback to teachers, ongoing instructional feedback. And so we worked through a problem of practice, which is centered around some of our observation data, and some inconsistencies in how we provide feedback to teachers such that they are understanding how they can make some changes and some improvements in instruction, and how they can maximize on their strengths. So through that work, we were able to identify a problem of practice. We have a whole action plan that we've already started to kick off. We have some professional development to roll out, not just with our leaders in the district, but also with our teachers so that they understand exactly what's happening and how they're part of the process of continuous improvement for student outcomes. So we're excited about the work. Obviously, we could have had a million different problem of practices. The goal is just to pick one and move it forward, and so this is how we're moving it forward in hopes that this will create a systemic approach to some of the problems that we've identified in our schools and as a collective.
And I will say that I did meet a wonderful gentleman there, and his name escapes me at this time, but he's been around with PELP for quite some time, and one thing he consistently has seen or has met are the new superintendents and cabinet members of the Rochester City School District. And so there was a question posed around the efficiency or the effectiveness of the PELP Institute, and I don't think that is the question. It is the inconsistency of our school district. And so we can attend all of these spaces and come up with all of the best laid plans and strategies, but if we don't stabilize ourselves, they'll be meeting someone else. And so that is something that I want to answer to, because someone put that out there, and I want to make sure they got that response and that understanding. With that said, the board may recess into executive session to discuss matters related to the employment of a particular individual or other matters permitted by Section 105 of the Open Meetings Law, and to receive the advice of general counsel. Entertaining a motion to enter executive session.
So moved.
Vice President Malloy, McCullough, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Second floor conference room.